płynie zupełnie inaczej. Przepraszam, przegapiłem ten moment, żeby je widać. Bardzo Państwa gorąco witam w tym miejscu w Krakowie. Strasznie dziękuję wszystkim, którym udało się...
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you and here and
Już mnie słychać? Strasznie przepraszam, jeszcze raz powiem to wszystko, co już miałem powiedzieć, a co prawda jestem raczej stand-uperem niż mówcą. Nic nie mam przygotowane, mam nadzieję, że ad hoc tu będę Państwa bardzo gorąco witał. Jeszcze raz chciałem w takim razie powitać wszystkich, podziękować, że przyjechali do nas z różnych stron świata w tej sytuacji, która nastąpiła pandemicznej. Cieszę się, że wszyscy dojechali, cieszę się, że przyjechali uczestnicy także z Polski. Mam nadzieję, że te 2 dni spędzimy sympatycznie i w zdrowiu. Chciałem wszystkich bardzo gorąco powitać, ale chciałbym zobaczyć, kogo witam. Jestem. Witamy. A taką prezentację można prosić? Więc ja będę Państwa bawił sympatycznie. Jesteśmy tutaj w swoim gronie, możemy chwileczkę poczekać. Pozdrawiamy wszystkich, którzy nas oglądają. Tak jak powiedziałem, tam czas płynie troszkę inaczej, więc oni są już troszkę podenerwowani. Państwo sobie tu siedzą, piją kawkę, jest bardzo przyjemnie.
Having good time, enjoying the scenery. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 20th International Conference on defining the architectural space, the myths of architecture.
Organizatorami naszej konferencji jest Politechnika Krakowska.
This conference is organized by the Technical University of Kraków together with the National Institute of Urban Planning and Architecture. And the patron of this conference is His Magnificence, the rector of this university.
No, pozdrawiamy znowu internautów, oni nam troszkę będą się śmiali ze mnie.
Well, hello everyone watching us online. You may think that, well, this is it has been prearranged. It hasn't been prearranged. Well, some tell me there was this joke when the Highlander was asked.
Nie wiem, czy to jest proste do przetłumaczenia przez tłumaczy.
But there is this joke which might or might not get across in English, but it's mostly about asking, are you there or are you not there? Because I can keep on telling jokes, but I don't know how long I can go on.
Nie, to się tylko kręci nasza zajawka. Ona okazała się, że jest najważniejszą rzeczą podczas naszej konferencji. Nasz wstęp, tylko chcielibyśmy przywitać wszystkich, żeby wszystko się wyświetliło. Słowo mówione w internecie jest mniej ważne niż słowo pisane. Jak będzie napisane, kogo witamy, to wtedy
So I wanted to display the names of our distinguished guests, participants and speakers, so that we're on the same page.
Pokazują mi tu panowie, że mam opowiadać żarty i mówić do państwa. Co wam
I'm being told that
i mówić, że jest bardzo
I'm here to entertain you for a while until we put up the right slides and set up the good start. Those who are here for the first time, they think that we have a miserable start at every conference, but that is not true. Well, unfortunately, IT, computers, that is the great unknown.
Muszą państwo jakimiś takimi uśmiechami mnie wspierać, żeby, bo ja
Try
trochę
and
mdleję.
support me with your smiles. A big round of applause. Thank you.
Mamy piękną prezentację. Poczekajmy jeszcze chwilkę, bo jak powiem bez tej prezentacji, to już nikt jej nie zobaczy.
We have a very beautiful presentation, excellent slides. So let us wait a sec for that to be properly uploaded.
Już lekkie, biorę to na siebie. To się później wytnie, to jest jednak telewizja. Należy pamiętać, że magia telewizji polega na tym, że później zrobimy ten film i on będzie wyglądał perfekcyjnie. Zostawimy tylko brawa państwa, które zaraz będę prosił wielokrotnie. To jest prawda ekranu.
And leave. The only thing which will be left is your round of applause.
Ale jak to już się w końcu uda, to jak wszyscy będą zadowoleni, że odetchną, że już nie muszą mnie oglądać, będzie cudownie.
And then everybody will be happy that I'm no longer occupying this podium and you'll be relieved to see me gone.
Już muszę wymyślić jakiś dowcip grzeczny dla państwa i dla internautów. Muszę zabawiać towarzystwo.
Well, I'm being silly, but that's my role for now.
Ogólnie to tak, halo tu wóz, taki był
I'm trying to.
polski komik. Młodsi nie pamiętają.
We're trying to get the things set up, so we apologize, ladies and gentlemen, and ask you for a bit of patience.
A poza tym stanę się źródłem internetowych żartów, może jakiś mem powstanie na mój temat.
I will not become the source of internet jokes or memes.
Wyglądają konferencje w COVID-zie, że komputery są zarażone.
Well, I hope that there won't be a joke or a meme on our computers being infected.
Strasznie przepraszam, rozumiem, że tutaj nastąpiło, nie mamy takiej planszy.
I truly apologize. We just don't have
skoro nie mamy takiej planszy, to witamy bardzo gorąco wszystkich uczestników 33 raz. Konferencja nasza odbywa się pod honorowym patronatem pana dyrektora Politechniki Andrzeja Białkiewicza.
Andrzej Białkiewicz, who is the director of the Technical University of Kraków. And I would like to welcome everyone. I had this long list on the slide and I was supposed to read it out. And since this list is not available,
Już nie wiem, co mam mówić, bo wszystkich
honestly lost for
witałem.
words and
Ogólnie
so
powitam w takim
welcome.
razie, bo miałem napisane w komputerze, ale już nie witam. Znowu witam pana dyrektora Andrzeja Wojtkiewicza. Witam pana prorektora Dariusza Bogdała.
I would like to welcome Deputy
Bardzo proszę o gorące brawa.
Ladies and
Pan dyrektor
gentlemen,
jest z nami
big
w
round
formie
of
online.
applause.
Witam pana profesora Jana Deję ze Stowarzyszenia Producentów
Professor
Cementu,
Jan
wielkiego
Deja,
przyjaciela
who is
naszego wydziału, który też jest z nami online. Też bardzo poproszę o gorące brawa.
Who is from the Cement Producers Association.
Witamy pana dziekana Klaudiusza Frosa, który jest też z nami online.
Claudius
Bardzo gorące
Frosa, our
brawa.
dean,
Bardzo
he's
chciał się z
also
państwem
with us
spotkać, ale się
online.
nie
He
spotka.
wanted to meet you and see you, ladies and gentlemen, but he won't.
Witamy panią profesor Barbarę Gronostajską, która też jest z nami niestety w formie online.
Unfortunately, she's online again. Dear Dean, welcome.
Witamy z nami za to pana profesora Sławomira
And
Gzella.
I would like to welcome Professor
Gromkie
Sławomir
brawa tym bardziej, bo
Gzell.
jest z nami.
And he's here with us. Wow, that's
Witamy
fantastic.
prorektora Politechniki Krakowskiej,
Then we
pana
have
profesora
Deputy
Tomasza
Rector
Kapeckiego,
of
który
this
też jest w
university,
formie
Professor
online. Bardzo
Tomasz
proszę, gorące brawa.
Kapecki. He's online with us.
Witamy prezesa SARP Oddział Kraków,
Then we
pana
have the
architekta Marka
president of the
Kaszyńskiego.
Association of Architects
stacjonarnie.
of Poland. And he's with us here
Witamy
in this hall.
dziekanów Wydziału
Then we
Architektury,
have
panią profesor
deans of
Justynę
the
Kobylarczyk,
Department
panią
of
Urszulę
Architecture,
Foczek-Brataniec,
Justyna
panią Agnieszkę
Kobylarczyk,
Wójtowicz-Wróbel.
Urszula
Częściowo jesteśmy
Foczek-Brataniec,
stacjonarnie.
and
Witamy
Agnieszka
panią profesor.
Wójtowicz-Wróbel. Welcome, Madam Deputy Dean. Some of you are here
Witamy
with
pana
us.
dziekana.
Then we
dziekana
also
Koszewskiego witaliśmy,
welcome,
ale który jest z nami.
I think
Bardzo
we
gorące
welcome
brawa.
Dean Koszewski.
Witamy prezesa SARP,
Then we
pana
have,
architekta Bisia Lisowskiego.
Mr. Bisia Lisowski.
Jak zwykle na posterunku.
The president and the
Witamy
chairman
pana
of
dziekana
the Association
Kijowa,
of
pana profesora
Polish
Alego
Architects.
Mamedowa.
Then we have
Gorące brawa.
Professor
Specjalnie
Ali
przyjechał do nas.
Mamedov from Kiev. Ladies and gentlemen, he has come
Witamy panią profesor
specifically
Lucynę Nykę
to our
online.
conference.
Ale gorące brawa, bardzo
Lucyna
prosimy.
Nyka, she's online with us.
Witamy pana dyrektora do spraw marketingu
And
Stowarzyszenia
then we had
Producentów Cementu,
the head
pana
of
Zbigniewa
marketing
Pilcha,
of the
stacjonarnie.
Association of Cement Manufacturers, Mr. Pilch.
Witamy panią
He's here with us.
redaktor naczelną architektura
And then
Murator
we
Ewę
have
Poremską. Będzie się z nami łączyć
The editor is
części
chief of
następnej za chwilę. Ale
Architektura
poprosimy o gorące brawa
Murator,
na pewno.
Ewa Poremska,
Chcę zobaczyć, że ją
she's
lubimy.
online. Let's give her a
Witamy
big round of applause
współorganizatora
and show
konferencji,
her
pana
that we
profesora
like her.
Bolesława Stelmacha,
Professor
dyrektora
Bolesław
Narodowego
Stelmach,
Instytutu
co-organizer
Architektury
of this
Urbanistyki,
conference, the director of the
który
National
zaraz do nas będzie
Institute
przemawiał,
of
ale witamy go bardzo gorąco.
Architecture Urban Planning. He'll address you
Witamy
in a
gospodarza
moment.
naszej konferencji, panią dziekan
And then
Magdalenę
we
Kozień-Woźniak z
have
Wydziału Architektury
Magdalenę
Politechniki Krakowskiej. Bardzo
Kozień-Woźniak,
gorące
the
brawa.
dean, and she's the host of this event.
Witamy pana projektora
Then we
Jerzego
have the
Zająca,
deputy rector Jerzy
prorektora
Zając,
Polityki
who
Krakowskiej
is
online.
the deputy rector of this university.
Żebyśmy się
Professor
nie obrazili,
is
troszkę nam się
with us
zamieszało.
online.
To było poukładane szarżami,
I
ale
truly
tak też
hope
ładnie,
that
tak.
you're
Witamy
not
teoretyków
offended, ladies and
z całej
gentlemen, because
Europy
we
i z
had it
różnych miast
nicely
i
structured
uniwersytetów
and
w Polsce.
ordered this presentation and the welcome, the
W zasadzie
welcome
sami się
address,
witamy,
but the slides got mixed up.
Ponieważ mieliśmy już tutaj
As
bardzo dużo powitań i
We had so many
przeciągnęliśmy
words of
troszeczkę. Ja w takim razie
welcome
przekażę
and
mikrofon
we
panu profesorowi Bolesławowi Stelmachowi,
running
współorganizatorowi
late. I would like to
tej
give the floor
konferencji.
to the co-organizer Bolesław Stelmach.
Panie, panowie rektorzy, dziekani,
Ladies and gentlemen,
goście,
deans, rectors,
niezmiernie
distinguished
miło,
guests,
powitać
it is my great pleasure
w murach
to welcome
mojej
you
alma mater
on
na jednej z
site
najważniejszych w moim
of
przekonaniu
my
konferencji
university.
dotyczących
And
przekształcania
I think
przestrzeni
this conference is
architektonicznej,
very important because,
definicji
in
tej
my opinion,
przestrzeni,
because it is about transforming
witam teoretyków,
architectural
ale i praktyków.
space, and
Dlatego,
it's
że
about speaking
wydaje
about
się, iż
theory of
brak
space. We have
namysłu
practitioners, we have
teoretycznego,
members
może
of the
rodzić
academia, we have
opłakane skutki
practitioners. So
dla
I
przestrzeni,
think that
która dla nas wszystkich
an absence of
powinna być
theoretical
wielką
thought may
Muszę
result
powiedzieć, że gdy
in
czytałem
misery of our
tezy
daily
tego,
life for
tej
everyone.
20
And I must admit that when I was reading the introductory
konferencji,
concepts
to,
of this 20th conference,
skojarzyła mi się mityczna postać Ludwika
remembered,
oczywiście. Wydaje mi się, jeden z najważniejszych, dla mnie najważniejszych
mythical
mitów
concept,
modernizmu, architektury współczesnej, o której
mythical concept,
pisze
which is one of the
Dariusz
key
Kozłowski
concepts of modernism,
tezach.
which is described by
I
Dariusz
oczywiście,
Kozłowski in the conference thesis.
Jako żywo stanęły mi wykłady
And actually,
profesora
I
Lisowskiego,
also
który
remember the
tutaj w
lectures
sąsiednim
given
budynku,
by Professor Lisowski. Here, on
przybliżał nam,
site, in the building next door, Professor Lisowski
twórczość,
was
postać
telling
mityczną
us about
Misa
this
van der Rohe i
mythical
Romano
concept of
Guardiniego,
Romano
którego
Guardini and
myśl,
Misa van der
którego
Rohe.
namysł
And their
w
concepts,
listach z nad
their
jeziora Como
ideas were
były istotną przesłanką do
the
tworzenia
messages conveyed in letters from the Como Lake, they gave the basis for building the modernistic architecture in search for the synthesis of contemporary nature and culture mix that were, and Ms. van der Rohe, he devoted his life to the search for
często przywoływany jest Protagoras,
that
jako
concept.
autor
Protagoras is often referred to
stwierdzenia, że miarą wszystkich rzeczy jest człowiek.
the person who said that a human being, a man, is the measure of all things, and Hannah Arendt
Omyłkowo przypisano mu tą opinię, dlatego że w istocie jest to opinia, iż miarą wszystkich rzeczy użytecznych jest człowiek.
The concept is that man is the measure of useful
w tym kolejnym micie jest jakieś ziarno
again, in the next myth, there is a grain of untruth in that. So all useful things.
Jest człowiek, ale jest
man is the
także
measure of all useful
wymiar
things,
boski, wymiar
but we
duchowy,
have
o
this
którym
divine
mówi, którego
dimension,
domaga się w architekturze
which is
Romano Guardini,
which is called for in architecture by Romano Guardini in his letters from Como Lake, from the Como Lake. And actually, I want to add that the National Institute is about to publish the first edition of Romano Guardini's letters from the Como Lake. I think it's in print right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests, I wish you, I hope that in your search for defining architectural space, you also keep that spiritual dimension, which is requested or demanded by Romano Guardini.
Dziękuję bardzo panu profesorowi.
Well, thank you, professor.
Oczywiście zaraz poproszę następnych mówców. Mamy tylko jeszcze jedną smutną rzecz, która nam się wydarzyła pomimo całej sympatii spotkania z państwem. Opuściła nas pani profesor Maria Misiągiewicz. W tym roku wieloletni kurator, jedna z pomysłodawców
she was a long-term curator and she was one of the founding members of this conference.
Nie bardzo chciałbym mówić o pani profesor za dużo, bo wszyscy ją znają.
I don't want to talk too much about her. I think that all of you who have come here, you all remember her and you know very well what about her and her works. I think it's unnecessary to list or have functions, but my only request is to have a moment of silence. I'm not going to dictate a minute of silence, but I believe that Professor would like to have something nice, a nice moment to commemorate her.
Dziękuję bardzo. Sądzę, że pani profesor chciałaby, żeby ta konferencja jednak trwała.
I think that would be professor's wish to continue with this conference.
Ja bym bardzo prosił, żeby teraz zabrał
so I suggest that we continue, and I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Rector Marek Bauer on behalf of Mr. Białkiewicz.
Szanowni Państwo, w imieniu pana profesora Andrzeja Białkiewicza.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Professor Andrzej Białkiewicz, rector of this Technical University of Kraków, I would like to welcome all of you. Professor Białkiewicz will be giving honoris causa doctoral titles in a moment, so he's excused, but he's with us and with you all the time, and he will follow the conference as much as his other occupations allow him. But I hope that you have this excellent clash of opinions, that you have this excellent arguments, so that you keep up developing and perfecting methods to define the architectural space, to have easier and nicer life for everyone. And perhaps at this conference we could have we could achieve that what you agree here, what you promote here, that is translated into concepts and designs done locally, that we have that footprint. There is a whole mass of designs, so the bulk of designs which are not ideal, which are not perfect, but let us hope that they are not the reason to be ashamed of, because there are ugly things next to beautiful things. So I hope that the number of ugly things will be going down. We don't have a very nice weather today and tomorrow, but please walk around, stroll around, visit our university. We strive to make it as beautiful as possible. So enjoy your days in Kraków and get ready.
Dziękuję. Mam nadzieję, że uczestnicy mogą zaświadczyć, że zajmują się tylko rzeczami pięknymi w architekturze. Poprosiłbym teraz panią dziekan Wydziału Architektury profesor Kozień o zabranie.
Beautiful things with architecture. Now Professor Kozień, the Dean of the Department of Architecture, will be taking the floor and speaking to our participants.
Szanowni Państwo, drodzy uczestnicy
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of this conference, welcome.
Naprawdę wielkim zaszczytem,
I'm so honored to see you here with us today at this Department of Architecture of Kraków Technical University. Our meetings and the conference materials published every year, that all has become a tradition. Every year we have a heated debate about the essence of architecture. Nowadays, in the times of the pandemic, and when we're facing environmental challenges, social challenges, social crisis that we're experiencing right now, the debate about such basic, essential concepts becomes even more important and more needed. And perhaps this is why we are here today, and I want to thank you for that. I would like to thank all the participants, the scientific committee, our patrons and sponsors, and our organizers, Professor Tomasz Kozłowski and his team, Professor Bolesław Stelmach.
To naprawdę wymagało dużej determinacji. Bardzo dziękuję. I życzę
that took a lot of determination to reach this goal.
Trzeba mu dziękować, ale on jest po prostu
Well, Professor, he deserves to be thanked. He's the co-organizer, so it's almost like an like the
A teraz
organizer.
byśmy poprosili, przepraszam bardzo, bo ja już troszkę przez ten nasz wstęp jestem rozbity intelektualnie, zapraszamy pana
So I think
prezesa Bisia Lisowskiego,
now
prezesa
is the
SARP-u
time to invite
do zabrania głosu.
the president of the Association of Polish Architects to take the floor.
Szanowni Państwo, Panie Rektorze, Panowie,
Ladies and gentlemen,
profesorowie.
Your Magnificence, Rector, ladies and gentlemen gathered here today. It is my great pleasure to be here with you today. I go back in time and remember the first edition of this conference 20 years ago. The fact that I'm here today, right now, and I'm speaking to you, that is a great honor. I admire the organizers' determination, including the determination of Professor Kozłowski. It was even last year, in spite of all the factors or all the circumstances against organizing this conference, succeeded in organizing that conference on a remote basis online, and did open up the gate, open up the concept to us, and we can now enjoy this hybrid type conference, and this way we can have so many guests in Poland and abroad, and all of you ladies and gentlemen who are with us online. And I think, in a way, the pandemic has had this positive impact by learning us how to use all the new internet and online tools. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm always at your service. The Technical University is the university. It's my university I graduated from, and I hope that that these 2 days with a program packed with interesting presentations and lectures. Well, I hope that these 2 days will bring you interesting scientific architectural inspirations and incentives. And our association, the Association of Polish Architects, will always go hand in hand with any efforts promoting the achievements of
Dziękuję bardzo. No w tym
architecture.
roku udało nam się troszkę lepiej częściowo, bo oczywiście nie ma nas tyle, co zwykle na tej sali. Jak zaczynaliśmy, było przynajmniej 130 osób, bo te warunki ograniczeń, obostrzeń covidowych zmuszają do mniejszej ilości, ale mam nadzieję, że oglądają nas ludzie, nie robią memów z mojego wcześniejszego wystąpienia w internecie. Teraz właśnie, bo to, co pan prezes Lisowski powiedział, że nauczyliśmy się nowych technik, połączymy się z panią redaktor Przestaszewską, która powie do nas parę słów zupełnie jakby z nami była.
So we'll be connecting with Professor Staszewska, and she will speak to us as if she were
Szanowni
in the same
Państwo,
room with us.
to dla mnie wielka przyjemność i zaszczyt, że mogę uczestniczyć kolejny już przecież raz w Międzynarodowej Konferencji Naukowej z cyklu Definiowanie przestrzeni architektonicznej. Te konferencje mają już swoją legendę, bowiem poza wartością merytoryczną, wyjątkową atmosferą, stworzyły też pewną ciągłość i dyskurs pomiędzy poszczególnymi tematami czy uczestnikami. Tegoroczne 20. spotkanie jest wyjątkowe nie tylko dlatego, że stanowi swego rodzaju jubileusz, ale ma też wyjątkowy temat, czyli mity architektoniczne, a więc coś, co dotyczy każdego właściwie architekta. Jak to pięknie ujął pan profesor Dariusz Kozłowski
As Professor Dariusz Kozłowski has beautifully said and written in his introduction to this conference, quote, this closed and confined society operating within the same profession within a time creates and develops certain pool of knowledge containing myths and truths. And that is true. But the world has been changing so significantly around us. We're facing climate changes, migrations, crises. So that means that there are changes in comprehending and understanding the role of an architect. We can see that the concept of an architect who is wholesome creator is replaced with an architect, the servant. And I think that there is one thing that connects these two attitudes or ideas, or that's the feeling of seriousness, of importance, of significance, and opportunities of this profession. So the power of creation, where that is the element of these architectural exaltations mentioned by Professor Kozłowski. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your debate. And I send you greetings from one of the roofs in Warsaw. And with that, I'll debunk the myth that such roofs are utterly
Poprosimy o gorące brawa. Na pewno pani redaktor jest z nami i się ucieszy. Troszkę ubiegła mnie tutaj pani profesor Staszewska, gdyż jeszcze nie doszedłem do tego przed przekazaniem obrad w ręce moderatorów, że jest to 20. w zasadzie jubileuszowa konferencja, jedna
I was about to announce that is the
20th Państwa nie zanudzać tym wstępem, on troszkę cię nadmiernie długi. Zapraszam teraz pana profesora Wacława Celadynę i pana profesora Stefana
Celadyn and Professor Stefan Wrona
do zajęcia miejsca za katedrą. Przekazuję im prowadzenie
I would like to invite you,
dalszych
gentlemen, to sit at the head, and I suggest that the moderation of the first session is handed over to you.
Mam nadzieję, że mnie słychać.
I hope that you can hear me.
Mam przyjemność
I have the great pleasure to moderate the first session of our conference. And let me start with inviting Professor Nina Juzwa, yes, to take the floor. Hello, Professor. Over to you.
Także również zapraszam do.
So all of the papers are also available to you. You have the abstracts available.
Dziękuję. I tym? Dobra, okej. Dzień dobry.
Good morning, everyone.
Bardzo dziękuję przede wszystkim organizatorom.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank primarily the organizers. The situation is not so optimistic. We've been living this pandemic for more than a year now. Let me just repeat, after our Nobel winner, Olga Tokarczuk, who said that the time has changed us, it's changed our attitudes, it's changed our mentality. It seems that the return to normalcy, to normality, to the past is impossible. We need to develop other values, other criteria that will lead us ahead. I would agree with this. This is also my view. The authors of the theme of this conference have suggested that we focus on myths in architecture. I'm going to speak about the art of construction or about beauty in architecture. This topic belongs to the vast array of topics focusing on architecture as art. When I was actually preparing for this conference, my granddaughter asked me, why you keep talking about beauty? For a long time, the world looks like this. We were looking for beauty and we couldn't find it. So to me, it's a great and fantastic experience to be able to recognize beauty all around myself. So today I'm going to talk about art and architecture, their mutual relationship. So I decided to narrow down this topic, and I wanted to ask myself, how much art do we have in architecture and how much architecture is there in art? Our organizers asked us to talk about myths in architecture. I always have such luck that there is something that inspires me. And here I came across Claude Lévi-Strauss about myth and importance. And Lévi-Strauss has told us that we need order to create beauty. So the organization is also present in the worlds expressed by Tokarczuk. Tokarczuk has told us that if we can't return to our past, if we can't return to our basic values, we need to develop new ones. So it's the black swan attitude. And she also speaks about organization, categorization, that the organization is very important for our lives. So let's go back to our key topic. How much architecture is there in art and how much art is there in architecture? Architecture is the art of organizing space. It is one of the oldest arts as long as mankind existed. We have constructed things around us. We have always constructed sites, places where we live, when we love, when we go ahead, move ahead. It is the most ancient of arts. Today, the world is moving towards the virtual existence. But art keeps existing in reality. Without reality, there is no architecture, and there is no art in architecture. How much art is there in architecture? Art is a very complex activity, but it requires absolute talent. It requires determination, consistency. So the pursuit of one's objectives. Art opens to extremes and also stirs extreme emotions. An artist, when they want to build their position, doesn't want to belong to the mainstream, want to create something unusual, something that will shock us positively, but not necessarily. They want to also inspire and stir negative emotions. So in my paper I chose Denis Detton's book, where I found the criteria for defining art. These criteria are based on biology. He also says that beauty is a part of nature and of human nature in general, that people seek beauty as they seek air and water. Datton, in his beautiful book, The Instinct of Art, I recommend the book to all of you, said the following. Actually, to put it differently, he created a platform that allows us discussing art, and he has defined certain criteria that define art or describe the way in which we perceive art. There are 12 such criteria. Obviously, they are individual, the list may be extended, but let's leave his list. The first one is direct pleasure of creating art, and proficiency and virtuosity, novelty and creativity. We are always looking for something new. There's a special place for uniqueness, expressing individuality, emotional saturation. This is something that is emphasized by creators. Intellectual challenge, then the traditions and art institutions, as well as imagination. I believe that the criteria that I put in here in bold font are present also in architecture. You need proficiency and virtuosity to create beautiful buildings. Novelty and creativity are things that we appreciate. A special place for uniqueness is really crucial. Expressing individuality, that happens sometimes. Emotional saturation and satisfaction is important. Intellectual challenge and imagination. Let me start with the example of Silesia. This is the Silesian Museum, and you can see in here how long this art has existed. We have in here an old shaft that makes part of this complex of the Museum of Silesia. Architecture also involves structures, not only emotion. Emotion in people who create architecture, people who use architecture, who experience it. It is typical of architecture that it's created by one person, but in order to make it reality, to put it into existence, you need a lot of people, and this is something that differentiates it from art. And then you need a business plan for architecture, you need to create it, and for that you need to have money, somebody needs to cover the bills, it's also very important. But we still need to remember that the theater of imagination and the pursuit of perfection are very important, and this is something that the two domains, art and architecture, share between themselves. Without the pursuit of perfection, there is no good art and there is no good architecture. And this is something that has been confirmed by the neurological research, which is becoming more and more popular. People want to know how our brain works and how to make them work in order to live in a better way. And it turns out that the pursuit of perfection is one of the basic elements of our biology, of our very essence, the essence of human existence. It is typical of creators, both in the domain of art and in the domain of architecture, that they keep reiterating the activities in order to ensure that the next work is better, that it's perfect. So I have selected 3 examples. The Neues Museum in Berlin, and this is the example I'm going to start with. The architect of the project was David Chipperfield, and the original project was developed in 1855. I have selected 3 buildings that were constructed during different periods in different sites, but all of them share one thing in common. They were developed on the basis of a facility that either existed in the past or existed at the time of construction and were in a way converted. So they gained another life, life after life, something we all dream about. To me, this theme is highly important, highly relevant for architecture. I believe that the quality of continuation, the good continuation, is something that architects need to deal with right now. Probably there is another crisis ahead of us. The times will be gloom, but we need to think about creating the world around us. So let me start with David Chipperfield. Neues Museum, so the new museum, was created in the Isle of Museums in Berlin. Unfortunately, there's no water. Could I ask somebody for a glass of water, please? Okay, never mind, never mind.
Muzeum powstało w połowie XIX
So the
wieku,
museum
jak państwo
was
tutaj
constructed
widzicie.
in the mid-19th century, and for many years
Służyło jako doskonałość muzealna.
it was
czasie
used as the
wojny
example of this
uległo w czasie
perfect
wojny,
modern
wojny
museum.
światowej
During the
w
Second
latach
World War,
1940,
in
1945 uległo
1945,
zniszczeniom.
it was damaged.
I dopiero
And it was only,
to widzimy, klasyczne muzeum.
okay, so
Muzeum,
let me
które
just show it.
swoją
It's
formą,
a
swoim
classical,
wnętrzem
typical
było wzorem
museum.
dla
So
powstawania
it was a
innych
model
budynków
for other
muzealnych.
museums of
Czyli
this
było
type.
było perfekcją
So
jakąś.
it was seen as this ideal, as the perfect representation
Wyglądało
of its
klasyczne
type.
muzeum.
This is the way a classical museum
Stworzone było
looked
dla
like.
powiększenia zbiorów
It was created to extend the
muzeum.
Egyptian collection of the Berlin Museum and to host it.
A tu mamy stan
And
zniszczenia.
this is what it looked like after the
Wojna nie
destruction
wybiera.
during the war.
Naloty aliantów
Well,
w
the
latach
Allies
40.,
bombings in the
pod koniec
40s,
właściwie pod
especially
koniec
at
wojny,
the end
zniszczyły
of the
połowę
war,
Berlina.
damaged a lot of buildings in Berlin.
O, dzięki, fajnie. Dzięki. Coś mi się źle, dobra. I dopiero w
And it was only
na początku lat 90.
at the beginning of
XXI wieku
1990s
David Chipperfield
that
dostał
David
zlecenie
Chipperfield
to muzeum
was
zaczął przerabiać.
commissioned
Jak
with the
widzicie
project
państwo,
of
jest
reconstructing,
ale
converting
ciągle
the museum.
doskonałe i ciągle jest
As you
piękne.
can see, it's a different
Dla
museum,
nas,
but it's still
współczesnych, chyba
perfect.
jest
It's still the
piękniejsze.
modern museum, and
Wydaje.
to us, the viewers,
Właściwie
the
zostawił całą strukturę
visitors,
poprzedniego
it's
budynku.
even more
Zmienił tylko-
enticing. So
Wyrzucił te
Chipperfield
kamieniaki
has
okropne, przepraszam.
removed the
Zmienił
damaged
dzięki temu
elements
zmienił się
and
wystrój, zmienił
converted
się nastrój.
the mood, changed
W
the
tej chwili
mood of
panuje
the
w muzeum
place.
nastrój
So
minimalizmu.
now we have minimalism, we have simplicity.
Muszę powiedzieć jego, nie chciałabym przekręcić.
Let me just quote him, if I may.
Budynek był gotowy
The
w
building was
1905,
ready
a
in
Chipperfield tak powiedział.
1905.
Nie można tak działać, jak gdyby
You
nic
can't
się nie
act
zdarzyło.
as if nothing has
Zdarzyło
happened,
się.
because something has
Prościej byłoby
happened.
stworzyć
It would
kopię
have been
dawnego
easier
budynku,
just to
zamiast
copy the
ostrożnie
old
zachować
building
historię.
rather than preserve the
Uzupełnieniem
history.
mogą być słowa
And we can
Dariusza
only
Kozłowskiego.
add
Architektura
some words
pojawia
from
się
another
wtedy,
architect.
gdy wybiega dalej, niż
Architecture
wymaga
appears
dodatkowa
when it
użyteczności.
goes beyond simple usability. So let's have a look at the building.
Wychodzi jakość materii w tej pustce.
You can see in here the quality of the matter in
W
this
2011
emptiness, in
budynek
this
dostał
minimalism.
nagrodę
In
Misa Van der Rohe.
2011,
A
the
wcześniej
building
znany
was
był za najlepszy
awarded
budynek europejski.
a prestigious German
No i
award,
drugi.
and in the
Centrum
past it was
spotkania
also considered the
kultur
building of the year.
Bolesława
Another
Stelmacha.
example, the Center of Meeting of Four Cultures,
Też istniał.
that was a
71.
project by Bolesław Stelmach, but the original project came from the 70s. This building was erected in 2015. In the 17th, we had Sturm and Drang in Poland. We believe to be the best in Europe, the most advanced.
W Lublinie, w tym miejscu
And
pierwszy
in Lublin, at this
stolicy
very
Polski po
place,
wyzwoleniu,
that was the first capital of Poland after the liberation, after the Second World War, there was the idea to construct a building
2,5
with
tysiąca ludzi. 400.
with an auditorium for 2,000
I
people.
tak to trwało chwilę.
And for a while this project
Kilkakrotnie
lived on.
przerywano budowy z
Several
powodów
times the
finansowych.
work
Nie był
were
do końca
interrupted for
wybudowany.
financial reasons. The building was
Istniała
never
wprawdzie
completed.
Filharmonia i teatr,
There was
ale
a music hall, Philharmonic
to
Hall,
całością
and a
nigdy.
theater,
Straszył
but
tak
the
przez 40
complex
lat.
has never been completed, and it was in this condition for over 40 years.
W 2009
In 2009,
kolega Stelmach
one of our
wygrał
colleagues,
konkurs.
Stelmach, won
żeby stworzyć z tego
competition
zespołu resztek
to
nowy gmach.
convert this complex into a
Są piękne
new
trzy sale.
site, and he did so. We have 3 beautiful halls.
Piękna przestrzeń
This
publiczna,
beautiful public space
najładniejsza na dachu.
and the most beautiful space is on the
Ta
roof.
przestrzeń publiczna, która
Congratulations,
przenosi
this
się poprzez
public
cały budynek,
space that
aż do
moves
dachu,
us
aż
through
do
the building
góry.
up
Jest wspaniała.
to the roof is just amazing.
Są jak gdyby 3 warstwy.
So we
Jest
have
warstwa
sort of 3 layers here.
wejścia tego
The
placu,
entrance, the
przestrzeni
square,
publicznej
and the
placu.
public
Jest przejście przez
space
cały
of the
budynek.
square, then the passage through the building.
Wykorzystane są elementy starej struktury,
The elements of the old structure have been used.
przepraszam, jak się cofa?
Yes, excuse me, could you help me with the slides?
Idź do przodu. No to moment, już, przepraszam. Dobra.
Excuse me.
No tak, mamy drugi. Jest to przykład dobrej kontynuacji.
Yes, so it's an
Wydaje mi się,
example
cecha
of this
naprawdę ważna w
good
architekturze.
continuation, which I find a very important
Jak gdyby
feature of
porządkuje ten mit
architecture.
architektury.
It organizes in a way this myth of architecture.
Przejdźmy do kolejnego
And
przykładu.
let's
Świeżo
move
oddany
on
do
to the
użytku
next example.
budynek
This is
siedziby
a
Zespołu Państwowych Szkół
new
Muzycznych w Warszawie.
a building,
Architekt Tomasz
the
Kozłowski,
complex of
2000.
music
Pierwotny
schools in
obiekt
Warsaw. Originally,
1901.
the building was designed in
Autorem
1901
Niejaki Kozłowski.
by
Nie wiem, czy
Kozłowski,
rodzina, czy nie,
and
ale tak
eventually
wygląda
the
na to.
new building was designed by Tomasz Kozłowski and was completed in
Tak. To
2020.
był działka. Obejmowała budynek
The plot
pochodzący
comprised was
z
developed with
końca
a
wieku
building that was
1900,
constructed at the end of the 19th century. It was in 1891.
wybudowany budynek domu sierot,
So the building was originally an orphanage
przyjaciół dzieci.
that was constructed for the association that ran it.
Właśnie. Dawny dom sierot, tak. Władysław Kozłowski,
Yes, so the architect
1899,
was
1901.
Kozłowski. The
Warszawskie
building was
Towarzystwo
completed
Dobroczynności.
in 1891 and was to host an orphanage run by an association, charity association.
Ogromny, wielkie gmaszysko.
It was huge.
Ten budynek stał się częścią
The building became
nowego
part
założenia.
of this
Ponieważ
new
zajmował całą
design,
działkę,
of this
to
new
widać to
project.
tutaj to z frontu.
It took the entire plot, you can see it from the front, yes?
Co tu myszę? Może mi się uda.
Maybe I'll be able to show you the exact location of the
Tutaj ten stary
building.
budynek.
This is
I
the
od
old
tyłu w tyle
building,
działki
and
powstał
here
nowy
at the
budynek,
back,
który
and new
razem
building was
tworzył cały kwartał,
developed,
jak widać.
and together
We wnętrzu
they
są to jak gdyby dwie opowieści
occupied the entire
architektурze. Jest
lot.
opowieść
So
o
inside you
architekturze
have
całego
two
zespołu,
stories
czyli ten
about
czworobok,
architecture.
i architektura
So
tej
you
sali
have
wnętrza,
the old development
ponieważ
and
to
this
jest zespół szkół muzycznych.
internal
powstała
building.
wielka sala muzyczna.
Since
tak?
it's
Ponad
a
300
complex
osób.
of music schools, you also have an
Tak to
auditorium
wygląda przy
for
kroju.
300 people.
Mamy stary
This is the
budynek.
section, the old building.
Wejście jest jak gdyby schodzi się w dół
entrance,
i dołem potem przechodzi się do wnętrza nowego
The
budynku.
entrance is here at the ground
A
floor.
tak wygląda. No i
And
mówimy o
this
tej
is
pierwszej opowieści.
The
o
look
opowieści
from
o
the
budynku.
outside. So this is the
Ponieważ
first
budynek
story, the
pochodzi
story of the building.
Z czasów, kiedy tak się budowano.
The
Ten budynek
building
czerwony,
was erected
neogotycki
during the
wielki
times
gmach
when we
z czerwonej
used to
cegły,
construct building
został
in this
jako
way,
front
so it's a
budynku.
neo-Gothical building, and the facade of this red
Autor
brick
dopisał
was
część drugą.
preserved. But the
Właściwie zespół
author of the
autorski.
project created also
I
the
tu widzimy,
second part
jak tubus
of this
tego wnętrza,
design, and
serce
here you can
zespołu
see the
mieści się w
heart
środeczku.
of this complex
Bardzo
in the
piękny, klasyczny
courtyard.
układ.
So it's a beautiful, beautiful classical layout.
Który tworzy niespodzianki.
So we have also a lot of
Nowe ze
surprises
starym
here.
się przenika.
The
Nowe ze starym
permeation between
dyskutuje.
the old
W
and the
różnych
new, the discussion
układach.
between the old and the new in
Nowe
various
jest światłem.
configurations. The new is the light,
Stare jest architekturą.
the old is the architecture.
No i mamy salę, drugi element.
We have the
Sala,
auditorium,
która rzeczywiście
the
jest sercem
auditorium,
tego
which
zespołu.
truly is the
Charakterystyczna z
heart of
powodu
the
swojej
complex.
geometrii.
It is quite unusual because of its geometric quality.
Dla mnie to jest,
To me,
przyrównuję do
it
kwiatu.
reminds me of a flower.
Wnętrze jest
The
dla
interior,
ponad 300 miejsc siedzących,
the
amfiteatralnych
interior is
wzniesionych
quite vast, so
i
we
scena, która
have
jest dla
a place
75
for
muzyków,
300
czyli dla dużego chóru i orkiestry.
people, and we have over 60 places for musicians,
A
over
dzięki
70 places for
współpracy z
musicians.
firmą Yashu Toyota,
And owing to the cooperation with
Japonii,
Yashu Toyota from
tą samą
Japan,
firmą, z którą tworzył
the very
Junior
same
NOS w Katowicach, a NOS
company
dostał
that
najwyższą ocenę
participated with
jakości swojej
Konior
muzykalności.
on the construction of the
Wyszczeli.
NOSP
Tak samo
site
tutaj.
in
Budynek
Katowice.
wbrew geometrii i wbrew
Also in the case
pewnym
of this building,
dyskusjom wielu, bo krągłość sali nie
contrary
zawsze
to many discussions,
wydaje się
because
dobra dla
not
muzyki.
everybody believes
dla
that
akustyki jest
round
najlepsza.
buildings
Tutaj
are the best for
zachowana.
acoustics. In
I
this
tym
case,
kwintesencją tego
we
jest ta
have
krągłość sali, ten
preserved
tubus,
the
plafon
good quality of
i
acoustics.
te Państwo widzicie
And
w postaci
as you can see,
płatków kwiatu,
The
żagle akustyczne, które
roof,
rozprowadzają i
next to the roof, we have suspended acoustic sails that allow us to distribute
faktura i materiał
the sound.
właśnie
The texture
skłania do
and the material
słyszalności, jakości dźwięku.
improves the quality of
Jak
sound.
widać, autorzy obaj
And
tej
here
sali
we have
cieszą się,
the picture
uradowani
of
są.
both authors of this building.
Cały budynek
They are very
posiada
happy, very pleased with
Ponad
the
100
result.
pomieszczeń muzycznych.
In the building we
różnego
have
typu.
more than
sal muzycznych.
100
A te mniejsze
music
sale także są
rooms,
piękne
and
i
also the
wszystkie
smaller rooms
w
are very
zależności od
beautiful.
instrumentów, które
Depending
są,
on
dla
the
którego są przeznaczone
instruments
głównie,
they are
posiadają
dedicated to,
swój
they
wystrój.
have their own unique features.
Na końcu pozwoliłam sobie
And at the
zamieścić
very end,
zdjęcia autorów
I
obu
just
polskich prezentowanych
wanted
przeze
to
mnie
show you
budynków.
the pictures of the office of both Polish buildings
A
discussed
wszystko
by
po
me.
to, żeby
And
młodzież
all of
polska
that to
była
tell you
radosna.
that what we need to do is to make
Po to,
Polish
żeby rosło
youth
pokolenie
happy.
ludzi, którzy będą z
We want to
radością
ensure
kreatywnie
that the
tworzyć
new
świat
generation is ready to express their creativity, to create the world around them.
Mit architektury niechaj zostanie.
The
ten
myth of
mit
architecture should be
związku sztuki i
preserved, the
architektury.
myth
On
of
jest
connection
dobry,
between
pozytywny
art
mit.
and architecture. It's a good myth.
Wracając jeszcze
It's a positive myth. Going back
Właśnie, mogę
to one
skończyć.
more thing, to my conclusions.
Levi Strauss
Levi
powiedział
Strauss has
na końcu
said
tej małej książeczki,
at the
którą
very
zatem
end of
można
the small
przeczytać,
booklet
polecam.
that I recommended you at the
Przyrównuje
beginning of
mit
my
do muzyki.
presentation.
Powiada, że
He
podobnie jak
compared myth to music,
muzyka,
and he said that
wymaga
like music,
przeczytania
myth
całości, zrozumienia
requires
całości,
us
że
to
fragment
get to know
mitu nic
the
nie
whole,
znaczy.
that the fragment
Mit
of a
zawsze
myth
wymaga
means
całości. Wydaje
nothing,
mi się, że to jest
that myth
blisko
should be
architektury,
always
tak samo
construed in
architektura.
its entirety.
Dopiero całość,
And it
dopiero
seems to me
całość
that the
komplet
same
wszystkich
applies to
myśli, dążeń
architecture. It is
autorów
only
tworzą
the
architekturę.
entirety of the concept, of the thought that creates architecture as
Peter
such.
Zumthor, jeden z
Peter Zumthor, one of the most outstanding architectures of today, tells us that the quality of architecture is not the subject of academic discussions. If the atmosphere is good, if people can feel it, if people like it, if they return to this place, if they feel the usefulness of the place, we have succeeded. If they think the place is good, it's good because people are not stupid.
Dziękuję za uwagę.
Thank you very much. ladies and gentlemen, our colleague Stelmach was one of the persons introducing this conference. I want to express my thanks to him because it is thanks to him that my dreams and the dreams of Kuba, who has been my great partner, this book could be published. Architecture is an art that is created in teams. This is something that I wanted to emphasize. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo za bardzo interesujący.
Thank you very much for this very interesting paper. And I would like to emphasize the good selection of examples you used to discuss the beauty of the art of construction. And at the same time, we have discovered that in every single subject, the presence of myth is quite frequent. And especially in this paper, and I expect that in many others that we will listen to today, the concept of myth that is the most close one to our profession is the one developed by Levi-Strauss. And then we can find many other examples in architecture theoreticians of that period who have developed this idea after him. And at the very end, I have one more comment. We haven't agreed that before, but I would suggest that together with the agreement with the professor, you kept your questions until the very end of our session. We are running slightly late, so let me invite the next person to speak. Obviously, at the very end of the session, we will have a Q&A session. And now, in this case, after the first presentation, let me introduce the next speaker. It's going to be a presentation by Professor Malacarne di Bologna, and the title is Museum, Architecture, Composition and Themes. Over to you, Professor.
To będzie online prezentacja.
Presentation is going to be online.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Pozdrawiam Państwa wszystkich i bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
In the seminar, even though I'm sorry I can't be there with you. So, my speech would like to be a contribution to the architectural culture of the museum for potential projects, starting from a reflection on those spatial experiences which history has shown to be of an enduring nature. The museum is no longer a place meant for an exclusive light audience. Inside, the way of preserving the works may have remained altered, but the idea of how to exhibit the works has certainly changed, and above all, so as the life live inside the museum. In light of the new needs on the one hand, and the tradition of museums. On the other, we should try and construct an architectural image of the museum building for potential project. In its relatively short life, the museum has not found a typological form which sums up the shared character of its formal experiences. Ever newer and different institutional tasks and the continuous evolution of museological trends makes attempts to define a typological form self-contradictory. In my opinion, the design answer is not the museum intended as an indifferent container which from time to time interrogating its own spaces according to an idea of provenly impracticable flexibility. The museum is not even a neutral aseptic container. For me, the museum as a complex building needs to include several typological elements that should be found in the very first building erected this museum, even if these were already two fragmented places for collection. In a project, the element of collection find new life, transcending and reinventing the types and model with the spirit theme. The private study, the gallery, the room of the Renaissance Palace, the chapel, the rotunda, the Pantheon, the lapidary wall, and so on. This is the architectural tradition of the museum, the stuff of our work. Tradition is synonymous with certain experiences, deemed successful, example, and experience guide the project by bringing architecture back to an analytical operation and to the problem of education in architecture. The space of the architect imagination and in that of memory and in that of composition. The project thus becomes the organization of specially defined element, which we might consider typological. The goal is the realization of a work of architecture which futures new construction and symbolic programs. The news being the compositional procedure of addition by parts, which will endow the architecture with the meaning, and this meaning lies in the operation, the use, and the character. The procedure recalls certain principles which can be identified in the experience of Enlightenment architects. The certainty of the typological elements used and research into the social space which allowed them to be coordinated. The composition is regulated by the routes for visitors, the route, the elements of continuity of this narrative which tries to restore unity to a system of fragments. Among the typological elements, we find those private study which were designed first and foremost as places of learning, places of conservation, but above all of memory, recognizable in the iconography portraying Petrarch in his study, surrounded by objects of affection. These were Wunderkammer with displays that were certainly neither scientific nor systematic, but instead spectacular, based on the owner aesthetic taste and the desire. Amaze, finally, there were studies based on humanistic principles, such as those of Isabella d'Este in Mantua, for example, works of architecture designed to comprise a precise iconographic program. Another important typological element is the gallery. Gallery would then go on to become the privileged place for private collection of art, curiosity, and archaeological finds. Again, based on humanistic principle, in the palazzi of the 16th century, the gallery already proposed its own formal statute. The gallery at Sabbioneta is certainly one of the best examples of this. In present itself is an autonomous edifice. Inside the pictorial cycle forms a background to Vespasiano Gonzaga Antiques collection. the brick construction helping to tie it to its land. The theme of the gallery is to be found in some 18th century painters such as Panini, who was rendering the idea of the picture gallery in some of these works, as did Hubert Robert, when the gallery is represented as a painter studio illuminated by diffused light from above and shows with extreme clarity what would become one of the main museum space. If they consider the first museum built as autonomous building, we note the persistence of these and other typological nuclei. However, we also find new elements which were to become more and more important in museum building programs. Large atria, monumental stairway, rotundas, social space, and other to visitors to linger. Durang's project for museum is basically a collection of typological elements, arranged along axes which allow them the connected in precise hierarchy and to form elementary figures, constituted with the compositional devices enunciated in his work. Long vaulted gallery which link a central rotunda to small rooms, studioli, and spaces with a central plane in the intersection of four courtyards that form the figure are the element that we find in many 19th century museums, for which his project served as the kind of model. One of the most eloquent examples of the conceptual centrality of composition in design is Schinkes Altes Museum in Berlin. This is the result of paratactic composition of three elements: the portico, the dome, and the gallery. The route for visitors are the soul of the composition of the elements, a continuous spatial and sensorial experience. The variation of light underline the character of the architecture. The passage from the narrow, dark corridor to the large central space illuminated from above, suggesting an idea of the sublime, making us think of the effect that light produces on building. The light arriving from the outside restores the relationship with nature. The light and shadow reveal the architecture. We find the same element in Johnson Dalich's picture gallery in London and in also Semper's Gemäldegalerie in Dresden, for example. The list of examples could go on and on. What is important, however, is to have identified which recurring elements and parts go make up the architectural tradition of the museum. None of which means wishing to lie down project method. Is anything to simply prompt reflection on the places of the museum, the architectural places, image, pieces, the fragments which are a part of this history, its history, and which recur in a project to the spatial quality that contribute to the reading and understanding of the words, in addition to those civic qualities which are indispensable for any public building. Starting from this analytical position, which is my opinion inevitably governs the contemporary museum project, we can verify through a significant example the reflection made up until now of the museum space in Berlage's Kunstmuseum in Den Haag. Conceivably, one of the first museums where its functions were addressed according to modern criteria, of therefore took into account several brand new needs. From the collection to those activities which bring it closer to a multi-purpose cultural center. Berlage drew up two projects for this area on the edge of the Zorgweit Park. In the Build Museum, the construction program were reduced and with them the dimension, while the functional program remain unchanged. The building was also required the present itself as a flexible body, open to the future expansion of the exhibition space. Modern museum is transforming itself more and more into a public building as a need to express a new meaning, manifesting and ever greater calling to participate in a city cultural life. Berlage was well aware of this. In fact, we wrote, therefore, do not think that is intended as a church in which a dogmatic religious ritual is celebrated, but rather as a public building where society finds itself reflecting on the fate of the new time. Faced with new urban and institutional themes and the novel functional programs, Berlage had no historical precedent of reference, but only fragment, which referent to the tradition of the museum. The art of building today can only be the art of building volumes, Berlage. Whilst this statement, Berlage not only indicated an aesthetic program, but alluded to a precise theoretical program, fragment of a safe reality. Autonomous part which, following the construction program, following and idea of the city. Building museum, of the idea city, building museum. The result, a unitary, complex public building which sums up certain urban themes. The elements are taken from the tradition of the places in a museum that have been influenced by the other places of architecture, only apparently extraneous to it. The museum thus become a narrative through the spaces which are a part of the architect's personal museum. Of this, a collection of places which, when reassembled, point to new meaning. None of this can be resolved in the simple and consolatory search for an aesthetic goal science, as Berlage himself reminds us, as architectural composition is only a means to a practical purpose and never an end in itself. Berlage culture as architectural sensibility allowed this rethinking of the form of the museum and the public building in general not to become in a project the development and application of method, but a muser of the real within the inventiveness of the design. This museum is spaces, work of art, collection, internal and external decoration, works of art built into the museum, and the experience of light are a successful attempt to come closer to a work of a total art, the pipe dream of every civilization. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo za tą prezentację. Usłyszeliśmy i dostrzegliśmy
heard and appreciated during this presentation the history of development of museums, the manners of presentation, the mode of presentation. This is a major contribution that could be a starting point for our discussion. Museum is an object and facility that many architects want to design and construct because it is the closest to art, directly speaking. I think that at this point we have a dilemma whether a museum should in itself be also marked by art. Should it be a monument to architecture, to art? Or maybe should it compete against what is inside? Because it often happens that the value of the building is superior to the value of the collection that is being hosted in it. And the second theme, the museum as a modest aesthetic background to what is being shown inside and which is more precious than the building itself. Obviously, this dilemma could inspire us to hold the discussion that I hope for at the end of this session. Now, please, let's invite the next speaker. Okay, so now I have the pleasure of inviting the next speaker. The next speaker is going to be Claudia Battaino from Trento, who prepared a presentation Inside Architecture Between Myth and Figure. Over to you, Professor Battaino.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to meet all of you. The title of my lesson is Inside Architecture Between Myth and Figure. Here an introduction to the theme. Reflecting about the myth of architecture as a form of thinking is an opportunity to enrich its narrations, from the elements parts to the architecture, to the urban and landscape systems. Today, as never before, ontological approach of thoughts reveals the theory of chaos, punctual and infinitesimal phenomena in complex systems trigger a radical change of the system themselves, a sudden butterfly effect. These thoughts show the crisis of the linear cause-effect relationship, which no longer find a real ability to transform phenomena, such as building the world by using artifacts. Nonetheless, complex thought overturns all reductional criteria. Dislocation and typological distortion enshrine a new theory of architecture. Epiphany of the crisis of cause and effect legitimacy are proposed as a generative short circuit from Gary's fragmented non finito to ID the suprematism. The alphabet of architecture is no longer included into a geometry, nor in a shared grammar, a system of rule, a code. And order and chaos without any apparent contrition is okay. Share the new liquid architecture, a structural device of an inverse dynamic order. Fragmentation, conflicts, disjunctions, separations, decomposition are a narrative and methodological operators described as instrument of subversion of traditional hierarchies in the Manhattan skyscraper, for example, by Rem Koolhaas. So we have to decoding. In order to redesign new form for reality, we are moving toward a deepening of operational and cognitive territories in which the minimum microfactor, like virus, for example, actually acts as an element capable of containing the future, as can be observed in global internet networking, where a single element can converge a multitude of connections, starting multiple and unpredictable links. The sea of sand of deposited elements will find its significant existence in the decay of empty worlds. Object vision accumulation determines the impossibility of a proven plan or legitimacy, and what is possible to do and what is not. It is the crisis of the Marcuse assumption, history is the realm of possibilities in the realm of necessity. So, if what is useful coincide with what is poetic, realm and conceptual together form a rule. The paradigm of complexity has infinitely multiplied the egalitarian actors, generating an enormous deposit of marginality, dysfunctionality, and spatial discontinuities. Above all, complexity contains sufficient vagueness and ambiguity for a free and fertile associative approach, a methodology in which different and antithetical forms can inhabit. The myths of architecture, understood as explanation of the meaning of this practice, can be expressed through different concepts. In the deep archaeology of the fragment and in the junk space, we find illumination to the code, disciplinary thinking. And we recognize the apparently random interaction between various elements with different consequences at each scale and generating a new sense to existing materials, even with distant effect. In critique of rationalist thinking, we recognize the power of stepping up from the analysis of the object to the global context that affect figuration. Just like Manfredo Tafuri suggested quite long ago, 1968, the structure of this context will arise as a particular phenomenon of a more general structure and a later stage of comparison with the singularity. This idea does not refer to a single measure and dimension, but to an ambivalent relationship in the art of shaping space as it happens in certain natural, open and chaotic configurations, recognizable only through new geometries. And this is a cognitive step, a fluctuation between object and sense, between the replacement of the no reference system with another unknown. An example, if we modify the dimension of a circular pillar, associating floating measure between the common size that generates sense and the dimensions that exceed this limit by free associations, the pillar signs can become a living space that is not only a structural element. And this action on the signs is subjecting to fluctuation between myth, understood as narrative reduction, and figures, understood as a model and external image, are present in many emblematic architectures. The fluctuation of meaning between myth, which contains multiple possibilities, and figures, which is one on the infinity possibilities, introduce the necessity of new typology. In collective memory and personal imagination, the type is a great operational and disciplinary archive of the project dimension that goes beyond the treatise historical and classificatory logic following the scale of the place. And the formal research of the invariance is both a critique to the traditional unifying structure of the project and this textual structure. Invariance is the first design operation for the necessary classification, naming and form of the type. And type underlines a primitive founding and interpretative act between the three-dimensional components of the field of the built space, which have in common some vague, ambiguous, and similar characteristics. So, New geometry is a tool for type, solving both dimension and figure, that is the relationship between the elements and the part, the spatial meaning, but also the textual structure of the object. If in modernity, numbers, axes, figures constitute a positional grid of reduces element necessary to the beauty of the composition, from Mies Cartesian grid to Le Corbusier proportion grid, numbers measure distance between things, while define the scale ratio and axis constitute the architectural system reference. The new architectural knowledge keywords are primitive and topological figures that define the association of the part with the specific name of architectural composition. Here I share with you one of my urban and architectural research probe. So now you will see the project process. Enter, only enter. Representation is the first form of architectural knowledge, informing places geography. The reduces form associated with elementary figures, complicated by overlapping addition permeation, describe the contemporary space. Stratification of topological geometry figures and countless name signifiers represent an imaginative archive of ontological objects, which are useful for the definition of new typological schemes. Positional properties of the object themselves become recognizable through a special vocabulary of new grammars. This keywords archive build a new textual structure of usable architectural words with minimal and reduced rules refer to the structure of the word itself. The re-entry of the object form as an architecture materials is therefore a design operation that doesn't exclude anything while determining the possibility of multiple choice. Design is obviously central. The unveiled science carries in itself all rules. As Kandinsky theorized, types becomes science for science, text for text, art for art, silent symbols to the signifier, capable of becoming an artwork. The structure of a work of art, and even more so, its formal value become meaningful. A typical example of such possible vagueness or ambiguity is the Great Glass by Marcel Duchamp. With its enigma, make sense out of the relationship between science and context. Context and not scale of measure determines the reference system to design and architectural structure. The traditional architectural codes derived from proportional rule admit a field of application that accept the limit measure within a minimum and a maximum of dimensional coherences. In the contemporary, on the other hand, architecture discovered a new knowledge, the operational typology, by using auto-scale. Design project search oscillating codes that fluctuate between the deduction of the past and the forces necessary to enter the future, in order to understand the reality of the world with the cognitive research, useful for places transformation. As it happens in some photographic techniques, a textual contrast is obtained by inserting into the structure of the image a montage of critically deformed elements, and the free association suddenly turns the stable, perennial, and meaningful structure of the image into an unstable one, and determines the arbitrariness of this reading. Oscillating is a descriptive facet of contemporary project complexity, an operation that clearly expresses the dissemination of meaning. The bigger and arbitrary is the free association of two elements, the bigger it opens up to multiple meanings. Occupy the space without heavy dimension. Isn't this the space? Wondered the artist Eduardo Cillida. The imaginative categories and paradoxical association modify the textual structure of the project, producing a conceptual and configurative shift. Dimensions are the first parameters that can be brought to the formation, activating fluctuation in meaning. Today, the space between things, object names, is subject to free associations that admit arbitrariness, vagueness, and even antithetical forms. No keywords are a vocabulary for a significant invisible structure, capable of generating plural outcomes that must be unstable in order to remain active. And if every phenomenon becomes visible in the form, the every word is a form. This apparition that becomes figure and the figure that becomes description is the myth. Visual and textual structure of new and original structure of sense. And oscillating between paradoxical elements, such as in the theater of absurd, is an architectural action with a design hope. In fact, in order to create a new sense, dichotomies define the need of the invisible union between the parts, whose conceptual outcome is the opposition or the properties of the opposites, parts that are not necessarily mutually exclusive, but can be complementary. Thinking, for example, on the limit and unlimited, it's clear that without the concept of limit, there is not unlimited, affirming its union and continuity. We look at a vast territory of Rome airport. How will define the unlimited? If the reference system is the ordered and limited composition, unlimited will correspond to the absence of elements related to the ontological essence, and these appear disordered. If you use another reference system, the unlimited corresponds to everything that cannot be contained in anything that welcomes its infinitesimal dimensional points. Context of thing should then be defined to contain and measure its finities, that is, its scale value. The void is the quality of the space limit and the field of architectural design that design the following action: everything that is external, everything that is contained, the limiting of the line, the border, its density, the fullness, and finally, the invisible, the material infinite, id est, the category of unlimited. Only the choice of distance, the scaling, allows to overcome the threshold between limit and unlimited. And the argument that emerges from these representations is amazing, because all logical assumptions to create a new architectural form emerge from the voids, identifies as interstices, margins, note, quotation, indexes of spaces, that is, all the places of distances as separations. Distance investigate the unstructured objective of the mise-en-scene of difference. Empty and scales, therefore, are the most powerful tools. Spaces between things, absence, voice of meanings, have the sense of the object if we define them in liminality, as a place. The real scale is conceptual. The name becomes meaning without the necessary measure, such as the complexity of possible result and hierarchical indifference. But the palimpsest is a design methodology where the enlargement and the overlap identify a possible layout among the possible, significant among the significance. Architecture as a knowledge form becomes measure of itself, select real and metaphorical traces that highlights amazing analogies, from the crossroad of the grid of the hospital in Venice by Le Corbusier, for example, to the voice characterized by the absence of meaning and function in the project of Canareggio Times Square by Peter Eisenman. The project can use a new operator to work on the vacuum, that is the distance, which is understood by introducing the concept of absurdity. As in the myth of Sisyphus, the possibility of action toward an object increases as you distance yourself from the object and any prejudicial definition. This is even more valid if is not an immediate operation, since prejudice defines and excludes other differences. By producing distance, project produce a critical knowledge to reinterpret the problems of contemporary city, such as fragmentation, separation of programs, and can reuse the existings. Innovation springs from using topological figures, scalar geometries, variable configuration, voids, overlaps, and glues, also generated by the plays themselves, allowing may build all the figures and epiphanies of the possible outcomes and not only a single one. My research aimed to reinterpret vacant spaces and the dysfunctional, and design reflection recognize an open network in the silence of the relationship between things and in the intersection of figures. In the measure and distance of these crowdings, the city empty space is not only an intersecting design of networks, but it becomes a project of place and overlapping figures, whose geometric shape is given by the limits, internal boundaries that spring from the separate and separated space arranging in layers. This limit can have a new recognizability as enclosure in and around, decoding the existing as imaginative multitude. In conclusion, myths are a register of time, iconic epiphany of our personal and collective memory that are right in continuity in this time. Codify register of architecture always involve a choice that is not found in mechanistic determinism of a single possibility, but is only one of many possible. And the method for a project open to complexity of contemporary city territories can be traced starting from the concept of text context and from an operational distance that activates a fluctuation in the signification structure. And the description of possible operator of architecture, observed as a piece of new embryo of metaphysical core of it becoming, represent the typological archive of current and future figure for the interpretation of contemporary dysfunctional spaces in a continuum oscillating of strategies, measuring their quality and in search of a new sense of place. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo za tą interesującą prezentację i nasuwa się tutaj taka refleksja, że
have this reflection.
Zostało poruszone pewne zagadnienie i nawiązanie w ogóle do definicji.
Then that we had this association, this reference to the concept of a myth. And then if you go to search encyclopedia, you can one can find so many different definitions. But in this paper, we have an association with Platon. And he distinguished between myths and logos dichotomy. And here we may actually find that same dichotomy in the paper. So between the myth and a form of or a person, and this is that came to me because I like this association between geometric forms and persons, personas that exist in the real world, and it was a very interesting comparison and quite informative too.
Przejdziemy do następnego referatu.
Let us move on to the next paper.
Ostatnim referatem w tej sesji jest prezentacja
by Professor Sławomir Gzell from the Technical University of Warsaw. The title is Among the Myths of Tradition and Modernism, Warsaw School of Architecture. Professor, the floor is yours.
Witam Państwa. Na razie szukamy prezentacji.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're searching for the presentation.
Do tyłu i do przodu. Dobrze. Okej. Dziękuję bardzo. Witam Państwa, panowie przewodniczący.
So, good morning again, and dear chairman of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that the contributions, presentations given today, they're a great preparation for the banquet because we hold the text in one hand, the mic in one, in the other, and then we use our third hand to move between slides on the screen. So it's like in a party when one has to hold the plate, fork, and the glass, and you need three hands as well. So after that brief introduction, which is outside the topic of this of my presentation, let me introduce my paper. In 2019, the world celebrated 100th anniversary of Bauhaus School, and so every professional meeting I was attending, everyone was trying to somehow use Bauhaus as a pretext to join this general trend, this general current. So all my colleagues and friends whom I was meeting in 2019, well, everyone was talking about Bauhaus, and they all wanted to derive from this myth of Bauhaus. And myself, because of my contradictory nature, I wanted to do something different. I wanted to show that the Department of Architecture, that what we do at the Department of Architecture in Warsaw, although we're very well familiar with Bauhaus and the concept of Bauhaus, that the program of our school had been developed in a different way, and we couldn't really implement that Bauhaus Bauhaus program, and we didn't have it. So Bauhaus dates back to 1919. That's the year of creation, of origin, and our department was set up in 1915. So Bauhaus is a younger sister of our department. So we couldn't have, and we simply couldn't adopt the Bauhaus program. And initially our curricula were significantly different, and it was also because in 1915 Poland didn't exist on the map of Europe. Could be that in 1914 or slightly earlier than that, first, there were some preparations towards organizing courses of architecture, and then followed by setting up the Department of Architecture, which was in operation in November 1915. What about Bauhaus? It was 1871 when the Second German Reich was formed, and the so-called, that coincided with setting up the so-called schools workshops, including the one in Weimar. And at the same time, Deutsches Verbund was formed to promote craftsmanship, and Walter Gropius became one of the leading figures of the movement. One can say that similarly to the teacher Peter Bremers, they believed that a house, a building, a residential building made of industrial elements is the best form of architecture. That was, and Gropius found the location for himself in Weimar in 1919, turning the school in Weimar into a Bauhaus, a school named after Bauhaus. As specified in the manifest published in the same year, that signified the concept of thinking, and not only its name. That meant that students were to be inspired from both sides, the artistic side and the craftsmanship side. And Bauhaus and the Bauhaus team, who were carrying out the curriculum. The team employed avant-garde creators and artists representing different areas and concepts and departments from all over the world, and their achievements stimulated interest in the school. Also in some remote location at the exhibition, that's one of the numerous exhibitions presented in Berlin in 2019. One could also see a school in Japan that was that actually adopted Bauhaus curriculum as its own, and also it was reminded that Rabindranath Tagore, looking for designs for the art department in India when he wanted to educate both creators and producers, demonstrated his interest in Bauhaus. But in this case, he did not mean to transfer the curriculum. He was only inspired by artists. So it was about educating both craftsmen and artists. Did other schools take over the Bauhaus design as a school? If so, how? If there were any, the Warsaw Architecture Department certainly was not one of them. And that was despite the fact that our curriculum included such elements as painting, drawing, sculpture, then photography, work on models, involvement of the most courageous constructors, trips to Western Europe. Perhaps there were several reasons to maintain such a curriculum autonomy in Warsaw. Well, perhaps one could start start here from big politics. So yet there is this question, was Bauhaus political? To answer this question, one must look at the times in which both schools were created. Well, Bauhaus, viewed against the historical background, could be perceived as an institution which was leftist in nature. The basic concepts, ideological concepts, that work should be organized in a group, in a community of creators and artists, raised some suspicions about the ultimate concept of the work, especially so because among critics that goal could be specified on the basis of some Russian experience, and Weimar was not enthusiastic about it. So it came as no surprise that when in 2027 Hannes Meyer followed Gropius as the director of Bauhaus, and Meyer made his ideas very clear. Bauhaus was interested. Dessau was liquidated in 1928, and it must be said that Meyer soon confirmed the opinion that circulated about him. He arranged for himself and for his students of Bauhaus to work in the Soviet Union as a Red Bauhaus Brigade, and then went over there for work, as well as a number of other well-known German architects. In that period, this emerging concept, and for other reasons, the Soviet Union believed it was that it had to defend against foreign suspicious influence. Purges began, and this terrifying statistic says that out of 70 students who arrived there at Soviet Union, fewer than 5 succeeded in getting away. Majerczyk or Hans Schmidt, they ran away, they escaped, but those who didn't manage, they were arrested, as I said, and these were several dozen people. When defining the above-described Bauhaus activity, one may say that Bauhaus was to work for the society, and the symbol of that is the Frankfurt kitchen that you can see on the slide. But the analysis of what was happening at the Faculty of Architecture of Warsaw University of Technology indicates that the goal here was to work for the nation. Well, the creators of the Warsaw program came from different universities, and they represented many creative areas and directions, but what they had in common, they were looking for this national Polish style. They were all in search of this Polish national style, and faculty's curriculum will read the overtones of these longings and words about the development of artistic culture in the Polish land, and that was summarized on the occasion of celebrating the 50th anniversary of the department, and that was so we can stand up as in previous centuries to compete with the art of Western Europe. Well, professors in Warsaw, they were by no means masters of then well-known architectural trends. I'm talking here about the discipline which can be briefly described as functionalism. Towiński has just won the competition for the design of a garden city, Ząbki in Warsaw, showing the classic work in the Howardian Warsawian spirit. Similarly, Przybylski, winner of the third prize in the same competition, he also designed a garden, the Plan of Warsaw, made under the direction of Stolwinski in 1916, has also many of Howard's proposal and urban experiences of French and the Enlightenment. The Polish theater in Warsaw, the theater in the city of Kalisz have distinct neoclassical features, just like the Stasziń's Palace, reconstructed by Lalewicz, and then in 1901, Sosnowski designed this historicizing Church of St. Jacob in Warsaw. And then this change towards modernism takes place in Warsaw around the mid-20s. Stolwinski designed the National Museum. Świerczyński designed Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego Bank building and the Ministry of Transport. Sosnowski's the magnificent Church of Saint Roch in Białystok. You should note that their students at the same time do course projects in the spirit of modern architecture, and it happens without changing the curriculum. Bogdan Lachert, again a quote from the 50th anniversary publication. So Lachert wrote that after the period of participation in consolidation through architecture, after the period of the faculty's focus on participation in consolidation through architecture of independence of the country, the time came for broader contacts with foreign countries. Lachert, in that text, also believes that the proliferation of the modern architecture at the Faculty of Architecture of the Warsaw University of Technology was promoted by students who, inspired by the enthusiasm of Szymon Syrkus, created the Presence Group, which operated most intensively between 1926 1930. That was 1926 that can be considered a breakthrough. Warsaw opened the International Exhibition of Modern Architecture, and then again in 1926 Bogdan Lachert defended his diploma thesis made under Professor Świerczyński, entitled Architect's House on a Slope. In my opinion, one of the best single-family building projects ever prepared at the Faculty of Architecture of Warsaw University of Technology. Members of Presence quickly found their way to similar groups abroad, and from 1928 they formed the Polish CAM group. The oldest of them were Syrkus, but although they followed in the footsteps of Bauhaus, there is nothing in the first issue of their magazine, but there is a text by Kazimierz Malewicz explaining the theses of suprematism rejected for ideological reasons at the Bauhaus. But as we know, Malewicz stopped in Warsaw in 1926 on his way to Berlin. He was welcomed by our modernists. A banquet was given in his honor. I think there's just one picture from this banquet. Helena Syrkusowa is the most visible on this picture, and we can just see an outline of Malewicz's hair. So he stopped by on his way to Berlin in Germany, despite being gratified with the whole department and the Great Berlin Art Exhibition. In spite of the ongoing preparations for the release of one of the most important manifestos, The World as Being Pointless, when in April 1926 Malewicz met with Gropius at last, Gropius, together with the entire Bauhaus, received Malewicz quite coldly and with a skeptic attitude. There were so many interpretative unclarities in Malewicz's life, and he turned his constructivist slogan, "I under touch control," on to "I under soul's control," that is feelings. Besides, Malewicz liked to appeal to God and transcendence. There is no place for revolution there, and there was no place for a reasonable, rationally thinking whole builder. The above mentioned piece of information is needed to be confirmed with sources of Polish modernism. When Szymon Zdrowik was traveling to Germany, he didn't stop in Germany for long, and he continued to Paris. Szymon Syrkus wrote that he didn't like anything in Germany, and this is why he continued for Paris. And there he quickly joined the circle of Le Corbusier, and the views of Le Corbusier shaped and influenced the architectural thinking of Syrkus and his colleagues. They go to Paris and come back, but they do not have much to say at the Faculty of Architecture, but they inspire other colleagues. Bolesław Malisz, when he was working on his diploma at Mr. Tołowiński, he rebuilt historic city of Kielce for something like a Dammerstock-Siedlung from Karlsruhe, a project that we all know done by Gropius. So I mentioned Olaf Chmielewski and Szymon Syrkus and other persons, but the Warsaw Department of Architecture has never become a Bauhaus proponent or the proponent of surrealism, and perhaps they may have been the main reason because modernism can be found in Warsaw in a simplified form, but it was in that period. So, for example, when Kazimierz Weichert and his team won the competition for the city of Tychy, the new Tychy in 1951, the modernistic form of Tychy is closer to the new British towns than to Bauhaus settlements, which does not mean that the ideas of Bauhaus are not known to us. It was in 2014 when Radical Pedagogy's exhibition was presented at the Biennale in Venice. It was meant to show that the key changes to the curriculum, even for one subject, come from coming to school by one or two people with a clearly delineated educational process. In the principle, there was no example of school's impact on a school. It seems that it was so obvious that to expect that Bauhaus school curricula would multiply and appear in other locations is irrational, which does not mean, let me repeat, that the ideas of Bauhaus are not known to us. And then one more comment. I must confess that when the head of the European Commission announced to the world that Europe needs new Bauhaus nowadays, well, actually, I was thinking, why would you want to have Bauhaus right now and not a different concept or trend? Where perhaps they're okay, but it seems to me that one could expect that in every location in Europe, instead of the Bauhaus-like concept expected by the head of the European Commission, where perhaps one could expect that to have slightly different programs across Europe and in each and every country. I'm not a mad nationalist, or I'm not a very radical Pole, but it seems to me that experience of every single country in terms of architecture vary, and our Italian colleagues was showing their concepts, and Professor Juzwa was also presenting her concepts from Berlin, and then she had some Polish examples, and clearly all of them, they identified some differences, some difference of concepts when it comes to theoretical assumptions and starting points and all that that should be in place when that Baukultur, the culture of building and construction may different between countries. Speaking about museums, as you know very well, the same author, shortly after completing the renovation of the museum itself, built a pavilion just in front of the museum, and that pavilion perfectly obscured and the entire beautifully renovated building. Did he have to place it there? It's hard to say. One could clearly expect a different form, a different location for that, so that the entire museum can be fully on display. So that means that even a world-class architect with accompanied with the myth of his creation, has the right, or perhaps, well, he is allowed a mistake, is allowed to err. And I would like to learn from that whether that's true or not. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Dziękuję bardzo za tę prezentację szkoły warszawskiej.
Thank you for this presentation of Warsaw School. We have listened to the very interesting history of Bauhaus. Not all of us know it. And I have perceived this presentation as an objection to the opinion that our Department of Architecture in Warsaw is relying on Bauhaus. Now we know that this curriculum was fully autonomous, and it was based on the ideological attitude of dignity. I believe that this is our national quality. But undoubtedly, the contribution of the Warsaw School to architecture, to the development of Polish architecture, involved the development of the Polish style. And not only that, because also after the war, the principles, the rules for the reconstruction of buildings in Poland were a major contribution. So it's important and it's useful to hear once again about the achievements of the school. We have said that the discussion would take place at the very end of the session. We don't have that much time, but nevertheless, if you have questions or comments, I invite you to speak. Go ahead.
Jeżeli w tej chwili nikt nie ma na to ochoty, to rozumiem,
If nobody's willing to take the floor now,
dyskusja przeniesie się na późniejszą porę
I imagine that the discussion is going to take place informally later on.
I w tej sytuacji, ponieważ doszliśmy już do pory, która została w harmonogramie wyznaczona na przerwę,
in our agenda we have planned a break. I would like to invite you for a coffee break of 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your participation in our morning session. gentlemen, our break is over, so I believe that we can start our second session. And let me now invite our next speaker, Professor Jan Słyk from Warsaw, who will talk to us about the evolution of myth and the sources of inspiration, of archetypes that inspire architecture.
Szanowni Państwo, szczęśliwie udało się wyświetlić
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased that you can see my presentation. We have said during the break that maybe the best presentations are the ones without any visual aids, but I have planned to use them, so if I'm successful, I hope I'll be successful, I'll be able to show you what I wanted to show you. Give me a minute, please.
Mam taki pierwszy obrazek, ale proszę się nie obawiać, on nie jest po to, żeby zacząć snuć narrację od tego, co widzimy. On tu został pokazany, bo to jest efekt takiej bardzo prostej kwerendy.
I wanted to show it to you because this is what comes up if you
albo mitologia.
Put the keyword myth or mythology into your browser. This is what you get.
Oczywiście, jeśli szukamy grafik.
Obviously, if you are searching for images.
Można by się zapytać, ile my tu możemy warstw odczytać
You may ask me how many layers of meaning there are. We will read something in the iconography. This is an usable object, an item of everyday life. Maybe we'll be able to develop a story that starts with this image.
To jest dowód na to, jak bardzo silnie wdrukowany w umysł człowieka zachodu jest to źródło topiki, które się narodziło w starożytności i właściwie oprócz Biblii i oprócz mitologii niewiele mamy takich podstaw,
mythology, there are very few sources that would establish these lines of communication we are able to use often without words. So this is the left side of the slide, and I will not talk about it today because I would like to talk about the right side, that is the structural concepts that Professor Juzwa has touched upon already. But I would like to talk about Lévi-Strauss because this anthropological perspective is too broad to discuss among ourselves, among architects. And so I would like to discuss this final item, legal fiction. It seems that it might be also interpreted as a myth. This is what Harari writes about in the book that you probably know, Yuval Harari's Sapiens, From Animals to God, and he uses that story to talk about the coping mechanism. If we are not able to describe reality in a simple way, we use certain cues, certain coding structures, linguistic structures, structures of thought that allow us to move above such structures. So in the case of the law, companies are such fictions. Companies do not exist. They are the creations of our minds that allow us to prevent the situation where our livelihoods and our families are exposed to too much risk. This final item does not belong with the structural theory, but it's my hypothesis. But it seems to me that it can be justified with some sound arguments. Architects who describe space by geometry, geometrical definitions are a kind of a myth that allows them to solve problems that cannot be solved otherwise, and to ground it in more theoretical evidence, let me add also this historiographic perspective. At least, according to Stangler, a person cannot describe his or her environment otherwise than mathematically, and this manner of description does not belong with stable reality. So depending on the mathematic concept that we assume, as we know mathematics is axiom plus theory, we will get a system of coding reality that will allow us to code geometrical objects and create reality, including the architectural reality. If we are to trust Spengler, the stages of creating methodology useful to architects that allows us to cope with the description of complex spatial reality that surround us. There have been two such concepts. I will add two more. So the first one is stage O, say stage 0. In order to understand this stage, it is useful to go back to the book by Professor Kordos from Warsaw, who describes the experiences, mathematical experiences of primitive indigenous peoples. So they usually use some basic units, such as the unit of 5, because we have 5 fingers. And therefore, such indigenous peoples use systems based on perception, on reality, and these mathematical systems are also reflected in architecture that are constructed out of very simple rhythms, where there is no place for abstraction for these developed myths that we will discuss in a moment. So the number of elements is finite. We have very simple descriptions, structuralist descriptions. So something supports something else, something is being born by something else. We have simple symmetries and simple geometric references, so straight lines and circles. Why am I showing you that? Why do we need this 0 stage? Well, to confirm that these original primitive myths, they do not disappear. The fact that new myths are being created does not erase earlier myths. And as I will try to show you soon, in our architectural reality, we can observe also the heritage of the previous stages. Let me show you a slide. This is a picture taken in Alan's, and this is the illustration of the behavior of tourists from the 20th century. We also like to arrange stones in such structures, and it's difficult to explain it otherwise than by the return, as the neurologists would have said, to these elements in our brain, that before we go for more complex things, we like to see in our surroundings some basic structures. And now to stage 1. Stage 1 is the stage created by the ancient Greeks. But now when we look at this Elechteion, we look at it not to find some pictographic elements, that maybe we would find also some elements, some references to Iliad or to Odyssey, but we want to see this building as a result of the influence of the Pythagorean school that developed the first myth, important for us as architects, so abstract number, proportionality, and geometrical proof. The first myth that I called the myth of a canon is the myth within which architecture is being measured by proportions that can be explained in modules, in fractions. Architects like fractions and modules a lot, and here everything that can be produced by this traditional geometry, everything that can be produced using pencil can be created. So the consequences are clear. You can create some ideal forms, anthropogenic forms, and these three drawings, this is not an introduction to ergonomics. It's not that the person was at the very start of this thinking. It is the myth that started, that was the starting point for Michelangelo, for Leonardo, for Le Corbusier, and the myth of the canon, the myth measured by the canonic proportions, also had influence on our perception of the human body. Of course, it's not successful because every subsequent generation finds the heritage as imperfect. So the language describes in a coded way the reality, but this description can be put into question if we change the assumptions that underpin it. And of course there are some consequences for architecture, and here we have something that is not beautiful because of its physiognomy, but because of the proportions, because of the modularity, because the consequences, the results, the outcomes, the influence of the Pythagorean myth is everywhere behind all of these structures of the myth. Tells us to build proportional structures or to create an arch that is a perfect semicircle. So it's not our intuition, but it's the mathematical proof that gives us the certainty where if you have the straight angle that is at the very basis of this detail. And then moving through the modern age, this is a slide from Professor Guzicki's books. Again, the geometry of Gothic forms. This book is about the complexity of designing these patterns, how advanced one's skills had to be to create the right arches, to ensure that the proportions are correct. And moving still ahead, then we come across the science about sections, and in this way the myth could be also used to create such places as Santa Maria Novella or Bramantes Choir. You all know these examples. As I have said before, this story doesn't end in antiquity, it doesn't end in the Middle Ages or during the Renaissance period. It accompanies us towards contemporaneity, and the architecture constructed on the basis of the myth of the canon, proportionality. This myth of perfect geometry. It can be found in the most contemporary objects, and it takes a variety of forms. So now we have a Benedictine monastery, and in this case the measurement of proportions is recursive, so it's not as simple as in the case of Greeks, but it is still based on some specific modularity. And here we have Tenvals. We can see modularity again, but in this case this scale involves also the scale of the materials of the brick that the architecture is composed of. Of course, these are not bricks in the traditional sense because they are made of different materials, but the entire consequence is obviously this modularity as the basis for the structure. We could discuss a variety of examples, but we have no time for that, so let's move ahead. The second or yet another fundamental myth for architecture in the 21st century that actually was created much earlier, starting with Deleuze. I believe that I should quote Leibniz directly. What you can see in the slide is the approach that sketches out the fundamental difference between our perception of the world and the perception of the world in the case of Greeks. So Greeks wanted to divide everything into measurable fragments, and whenever they couldn't do it, they were seeking some ways to divide a larger structure. For instance, we had the system of pentagrams in the case of the Pythagorean school, even though not everything could be done using their tools. But in the case of Leibniz, this myth of the absolute number disappears, and the idea that everything can be divided into smaller sections. By contrast, you have this idea of a world as continuity. You know that Newton and Leibniz are the ones who have contributed a lot to mathematics, and in this case you don't speak about division into modules, but about the variety of spaces, a variety of curves, and we were talking about some specific unusual things. So in this case, the basic tools to describe this reality is a function, and in this way we can say that it is the Cartesian mathematics that has shaped this view of architecture. So now we see world as a series of dependencies, which are cyclical or logarithmic or converging. Of course, it also has impact on the description of the world, because rather than assigning reality to some primitive geometrical definitions, the easiest ones that we are able to produce, we need to content ourselves with approximations which distort our original image. If we start to describe reality using parameters in the Cartesian manner, so we are setting some locations and then try to discuss the subsequent values, we will obtain a better tool to describe our reality. And I believe that it was even before the new mathematics solutions were developed. In the case of Guarini, already we can see the way in which the ceilings were designed, how the beams were arranged. Well, you can see references to Newton's books. You have these touch points between the straight lines and curves, and also visually we lose this simple modular continuity, as in the case of Renaissance domes, and instead you receive something like that with no sense of modularity. And it continues to be a myth that doesn't disappear, but it still persists, and it's a source of inspiration for the architecture in the post-war period. Here we have Hudson next to the illustrative model of the Sydney Opera. Every time when I speak about this building, I show this design and what was constructed later on. So what was constructed later on is the outcome, is the result and the consequence of the capacities, construction capacities of the contractor. But here we had very interesting designs, very interesting spaces, and I believe that if we had the same project 50 years later, the outcome would be completely different. But there are some projects that were actually successfully implemented. And this is Philip's Pavilion, which is a sort of monument to Cartesian mathematics. This myth was one of the generative myths for the structure, which has been created in a linear way. We have prefabricated elements in here that are hung in such a manner as the mathematic rules would tell us to do. So there is a huge potential of thought implemented and not that came to life in the 1960s. This is a design from 1968 on 9 Walking City. It is a plan, a design to show you what is the initial idea for Kunsthaus in Graz, where you have such an arrangement between curves that you can forget modularity completely. In order to construct this building, you had to prepare every individual elements separately. Fortunately, these elements, spare elements, were not thrown away, because when the building was assembled, some of the elements were damaged. So here you have no repetitiveness, nothing is repetitive. So in the past examples, you could see still some reference to the ancient Greeks, and in this case, this surface cannot be described by simple mathematics. We still need in here computers, and it is clearly inspired by the fascination with curves. These inspirations also impacted this purely sensual sensitivity of architects. So we have a lot of inspirations by nature rather than by engineering. So here Nidero and Mayer's museum, or another expression of the same tendency, Frank Gehry's Disney Center, which is an example of extreme expression. But to describe it, we need to use this rhythm. So you need to take from Descartes a little bit of this untrue but effective description of the world and define these shapes geometrically. And eventually, the extreme structuralism, as in the case of Calatrava, two examples, a building and a bridge steel. We have curves, but supported by engineering structure. So now over to stage 3, which was not described by Stengler in his book, but every year I become more and more convinced that it really exists. So it's a stage at which the definition of very complex geometric structures is not is not sufficient because this frozen description of reality is insufficient to describe our world today.
To się zaczyna bardzo wcześnie.
So the entire process started long ago, even before computers were invented. And here you can see a work by Moretti that was presented at the Milan Triennale, and he has constructed and designed a number of similar projects with the participation of mathematicians who are interested in optimizing on the one hand and on the other hand in the topological analysis of space. And Moretti also designed concert halls. These are pure optimalizations. So there is a complex algorithm that underpins this reality, and it allows us to design a matrix of the best of the seats with the best visibility, and in such a way maximize the number of spectators who will have a good view. So this is the algorithmic design, obviously motivated by usability. And then we have a lot of designs that were created on the basis of the same core, but they don't go towards this high-tech expression, but a variety of optimizing solutions, but deeply rooted in engineering reality. So we have Foster Studio in order to show you the variety of optimizations, from business optimizations to geometrical dialogue with the environment. Obviously, we have here some pieces of historic architecture, and finally to acoustic and lighting optimization. You can go a step ahead, analyzing the myth of algorithm, and here with Greg Lynn we are quite close to what scares all architects. So automatic design. So we can assume that the architect of the future will not draw specific forms, but will design the algorithm that will produce forms, as in the case of Moretti. And this metabolic house that grows in the same way as an animal cell is a manifestation of this approach to architectural activity. You can have a different view and see the algorithm as a form-creating mechanism that allows us to create larger structure out of smaller structures. And at the very end, let me show you one interesting slide, which I have chosen to persuade those who doubt whether this myth is strongly influencing our environment, or whether it's just something that people fascinated with computers are thinking. Well, I do not need to explain you that the architect we are seeing is not a technology maniac. He is a creator who perceives architecture where human eyes don't see it typically. He perceives architecture in the perception of humans. So this is the quintessence of psychological approach to our activity. And he himself, when designing a fascinating park object, doesn't take cardboard into his hands. At the onset of the 21st century, doesn't work with some kind of a net to work with at the beginning, but he puts somebody at the computer and asks somebody to design an algorithm to measure the maximum distance between two surfaces and to measure the maximum distance between two curves. So this is like a tube with a lot of curves. If we create such an algorithm,
no to zaczyna się praca komputera i on
and the computer starts its calculations and calculates all of the twists, such as our chromosomes are twisted, the elements in the real world are twisted, and at some point it will come up to 97% of feasibility, and so we are creating a pavilion that is transparent, ephemeral, but it's not based on any form, on any geometrical technique, but rather a logical procedure that has been designed and produced such an effect. So thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting, creative explanations regarding the myth of architecture. And now we have two more presentations, but both of them will take place online. The first one is by our colleague, Professor Alberto Pratelli from Udine in Bologna, entitled "The Myth Has Disappeared. Is this something good for architecture?" Over to you, Professor Pratelli.
Hello, how are you?
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
You see, I put a background pretending to be there, and we will go forward to our presentation, and very soon to see that we are speaking of myth from the mythical conference of Krakow. That is something of a myth for some of us, that now we are no longer able to come, and we will hope next time. We'll go forward. We are speaking of myth that I think has disappeared. But since we are now talking about myth, I think that we cannot use clearly stated quotation, but it's necessary to go by memory. Memory is the only quality that with a certain effort can best recall what we have never actually seen. And that is the reason, because we have to go by memory, and for the same reason, I will put only a few illustrations, and mostly will appear in low resolution as opposed to the rule, but myth has to be seen, I think, in low resolution. And without a doubt, the myth has been in our history something really important. It served to give a meaning, sometimes a teaching, sometimes just an apparent explanation to significant facts. For this reason, I think that the theme of this meeting becomes really significant when you look at it in depth. And for this reason, I think that the word has actually changed its meaning during the last century. In this sense, it no longer narrates things, but it's all about how to narrate things, amplifying the nothingness in order to make it seem real and noisy and prominent. But it's more about narration, and we can recognize this by carefully reading the entry over time in our dictionary. I see the Italian, the one of the most well-known, Zingarelli, in 1959, it explained what is myth myth, a fabulous narration, ancient religious, legendary belief, etc., but also it meant mythomania, pathological tendency to tell imaginary fact and spread lies. It was becoming the new approach was growing up, and already in the 90s we could see mytho. It was a schematic or simplified, often illusory image of an event, and utopian hope, construction of the intellect. You see that is completely changing. But this was not very new, because the century before in the Webster International Dictionary explained as a second meaning a person or thing existing only in imagination, or whose actual existence is not verifiable. So the myth is therefore something very important. But what is very important for me is that it always represented other meanings, literally, from the fact they depicted. Myth, the meanings were something completely different than the fact they depicted. If we see the myth of Prometheus, Prometheus stole fire from the gods to give it to mankind, and that was to take in antithesis to Zeus, and that is placed at the beginning of humanity and the beginning of the origin of man existing condition. And what is another fantastic are the Pillar of Hercules. If you really think about itself, a legend within a legend, I don't know if Hercules really came to identify two mountains, to create a monumental gateway through, but a gateway which one could not pass. And I wonder if then he wrote the simple, clear, concise inscription, non plus ultra, no further. It's a very strange idea to open a portal to prevent people to passing through. And he knows, if he wrote that in Latin, the master international language at this time. It's very strange. But we know that behind this threshold, there was something that the adventurous travelers did not know, and represented heading toward death. So in practice, the myth is represented the description of an inexorable fascination with the impossible. That's what is represented, not pillars. Another fantastic thing is the Tower of Babel. If you remember, the men had just dried out from the big flood, and they came to a plain, settled there, and they said to one another, "Come, let make bricks, burn them truly." They did bricks for stone, bitumen for mortar. Come, let build a city and a tower with its top to the heavens. And then the Lord came, he was not very convinced, and changed the situation. What is really interesting is that Babel, blah, blah, we are speaking of language, not of tower. That is essentially a beautiful story, including the idea of the good Lord having to go down below, perhaps a little bored or just curious, to see what these people are up to. It talks about new cities, new towers, new bricks, things for architects, my little readers or hearers will say, absolutely not. This story tells of a divine plan to scatter the men of the earth. It seems that language was created to understand each other and communicate better. Although, to tell the truth, in reflection, perhaps it was also born to tell lies and to cheat. Sometimes it seems as that animals understand each other much better than humans and without a language. But it remains true that language should be born to better understand each other. And what is most astonishing is how men, once they have a language suitable for mutual understanding, always feel the need to divide themselves and to identify themselves as a groups among others. From this point of view, the myth of the Tower of Babel, although not very easy to believe, was one of the few explanations for this paradox. So we see that the myth of the Tower of Babel, apparently the most architectural of all, starting with new bricks, the city, the tower itself, had very little to do with the art of construction. And that is incredible. At the same time, today, faced with phenomena of tremendous magnitude, looking at them closely or from within, we are unable to trace them back to something very mythical. Perhaps we need new myths. I don't know. I try to think about those myths are now gone. Perhaps they have disappeared or they become dormant, but perhaps something worse, perhaps they came true. And that is why they disappeared, as dreams do. Because dreams that today, in today's culture, are always proposed as a personal goal for one's life fulfillment. Fulfill your dream. But dreams, when realized, vanish. Is what Elias Canetti had to say, how quickly has the flight, this ancient precious dream, lost his attractiveness, all meaning, its very soul. These dreams come true, one after the other, until they die. Could you have a new dream? So I thought, in some different way, and I think that the term myth is used for things that perhaps exist, but which virtual reality has made really present in the memory of many, and the struggle between existing real and the virtual real makes our lives more and more similar to that of the science fiction novels. Think about this quotation, fake realities will create fake humans, or fake humans will create fake realities and then sell them to other humans. That is Philip Dick. We are in the 60s. This book from the 60s to the 80s. Reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. But what is fantastic is it is sometimes an inappropriate response to reality to go insane. Because Philip Dick, I think that perhaps these quotes too are myth, because they are the ones that comes out if you click Philip Dick, but we don't remember. We read these books 40 years ago, so we cannot really find it. But it is not by chance, but that Philip Dick identified among the novels he wrote a canon of works linked to a common thread, that of the confusion between true and false reality, with all its consequences, as he did several decades before virtual reality. So go forward. And we see that the meaning of the word has been completely reversed. Now myth is a fictitious story, person or thing. So where we can find something like this, perhaps in architecture. I find some strange example. A myth for me is the Guggenheim Museum Bilbao, but not the real museum. I'm not talking about the museum itself or its architecture. I really believe in its existence, and its architecture should be not bad. But I speak about some kind of picture. It is mythical because it appeared in a countless number of papers 20 years ago. Countless. Thousands of papers narrated architecture through this picture, or better this, because a myth has to be seen in black and white. Another examples could be that perhaps was the architectural philosophy advocated and spread around the world by the Italian professor at the end of last century. It was an approach to architecture that they searched especially to drawing and architectural theory, since for many great professors of architecture, the work of the building side could dirty their hand. That is some things you cannot, it's very strange. Well, you know that when your thoughts are too high, they clash badly with the reality. And so the whole world studied this architecture, most of which have never been seen because they were the result of the mission of the architect, a mission which was not to focus on the work to be done, but to focus on the architect's own mission. Truly a strange vicious circle. I found in any case a very beautiful example. This in the picture we will see is one of the best moments of this period. And since it is a myth, I choose it from the ones that look most like a fairy tale. Architecture or scenography, the most enduring of all temporary image, and this is timeless, I put. So I will not put a date on it. All of us remember this, I not put a date. But when I was there, I was seeing that 40 years ago. If you see the real picture in color, they don't work so well. It's a real picture I did, but I think they don't work so well. I better to come back to the website to take this one. That could be real mythical. And this was the mythos of the period, the utopia of that moment. And in this particular and nuded case, a scenography rather than architecture, but with the power of architecture. And what is interesting is the most remarkable and enduring architecture of this period. The other thing disappeared very soon. But there are also myths that we not see and that remain unnoticed for decades. Even though they are very close, surrounded us for years, I thought I discovered thinking about this problem. But in the half of the 20th century, very few people remember the story of Arcadia, the ancient poems. Yet, for almost 100 years, in the houses of Central Europe, even in the simplest bourgeoisie, one could see decoration and tapestry intended to tell images of a bucolic dream, which none of us knew about this, but you could always find something like this to express serenity and peace of mind in the society. Here I found an old cold rack from the last century, absolutely of no value, but significant indication of the symbolic use of this landscape, something like this, black and white for the mythical thing, in color what it is, really nothing important, but it's beautiful to see that people like to have in his house something like this. Then I thought about the new myth we need to do with narrating our things. Storytelling is today myth. not the fact, but the way it is told. So we see the architecture in the magazines. Each building has to glow, has to radiate from the interior. And we see normally something very different from the past. In the early 20th century, a villa or a building was talked about for the purity of its form. We remember Le Corbusier, his example. But today, for a villa, I take from a very beautiful magazine, one of the last number, without choosing really the example to take, but to show how they are shown. And that's completely the contrary as before. You don't really see in a perfect way the shape of the villa, but you see the light coming out during the night. During the night, black and white is better for a myth. And they go forward. I think that in the field of architecture, few myths remain, except perhaps, and that is very important, the still present need to look for them. That will drive us to investigate further. In a world we're trying to operate responsibly, taking care of tomorrow's consequences, as in fact many did in the far past, albeit silently. It is now called sustainability. It is certainly difficult to free oneself from the corruption of thought and from pollution of words. So we have I think that we still need the myth, but this like those of the past, that by narrating a given fact, actually could deepen something in our thinking, expressing a very different concept. Maybe another truth beyond the visible, but also behind the not unreal but false truth of the digital world. So I think we have to finish, be at the end with a self-portrait a little when I'm younger, and thanks to all the organizer, absolutely thanks to the ladies of the office conference for their help, and thanks to the ladies of the press printer for their patience in reading our simulated English. And I think I have to go back to the screen if I've been able to do it, and to say goodbye to all of you, to thank you very much for this possibility to speak at this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo za bardzo
Thank you. Thank you very much for this highly interesting and in-depth analysis of the concept of myth. I need to admit that when I heard this topic of today's conference for the first time, I had a look into an encyclopedia because I wanted to find a definition of a myth. And this is a good starting point. But what is interesting...
Mocniej. Co jest też ciekawe w tym ujęciu, to analiza pewnego procesu przechodzenia
the analysis of a certain process of coming from a myth as an independent being or record or idea to the real world. And what I found the most interesting is the final conclusion, that this doubt as how the implementation of the myth, how the myth will be realized in the digital world, in digital architecture, and in all the new forms of creating virtual space. It is a question that remains unanswered, but it seems to me that this is the direction this presentation was going towards, and it raised some important questions that we will need to answer at some point in the future. And now, yes. And now we have our next online speaker. We are a little bit late, but nevertheless, I would like to invite Ms. Olivia Longo from Brescia, who will speak to us about overcoming image in architecture. Over to you.
This paper aims to show that the power of myth has brought about great transformations within the evolution of compositional processes in the history of modern and contemporary architecture. The concept of myth will be placed in relation to the events of the modern movement and its critical developments which still condition the architectural design today. Among the different production processes, sensory architecture is more convincing, while the search for the image is secondary. Through the history of humankind, the concept of myth has been transformed, becoming more or less important with the passing of time. In Greece, the myth was valued by Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. In the 6th century BC, the Jonica school marked the transition from mythos to logos by rejecting the aristocratic priestly culture based on authority and fight. Remaining open to new contributions, in Plato's philosophy, myth was used as a teaching tool. However, apart from Plato and the utopians of the Renaissance, Western philosophy is a rationalization of existence that rarely deals with the myth. The Romantics linked mythological traditions with artistic production and with religious sentiment. In the 19th century, myth was considered a tool for understanding existence, not only in its rational aspects, but also in its emotional ones. Behind the various dialectic and related positive or negative values that have generated endless tensions and dichotomies. The importance of myth remains as the engine of experimentation and tension towards an unattainable perfection, but remains useful for the development of man's thought. The expression modern architecture refers to a historical period of architecture when, for the first time, architecture as an object and a project was strongly influenced by the critique of contemporary historiography. In 1956 in London, the myth of the modern movement was funded with the publication of the book Pioneers of the Modern Movement from William Morris and Walter Gropius by Nicolaus Pesner. As Biraghi points out, the profile of this phenomenon seems to be outlined not objectively, but instrumentally, in a unitary sense. In fact, we can find all the internal contradictions and the multiplicity of the various aspects that distinguish it. On the one hand, the fight in science and technology, and on the other, the romantic idea of the concept of speed, figuratively represented by the myth of the machine. While for Pesner the goal was to force a unity between the various souls of architecture of the early decades of the 20th century, losing sight of the different nuances that characterized them, his student Rainer Banham analytically stressed that modern architecture is derived from a plurality of personalities and currents of thought. In his book Theory and Design in the First Machine Age, through the description of an early age of the machine, Banham brilliantly intuited that the revolution in progress would not end with this first phase, but would be followed by different machine ages like the one we are currently experiencing. Before continuing this reasoning of modern architecture, I think it is necessary to dwell on the concept of modernity, recalling Schiller's classic. In fact, we know that a high level of modernity has already been present in human history, as for example in the classicism of Greek architecture. By referring to the most primordial meaning of the term game, Schiller considers the game to be the highest form of human activity. In fact, he is driven by two impulses towards the material, that is to say, all that is life and connected to his sensitivity, and as well as towards that which is formal, that is to say, figure, in relation to his faculty of thought. Therefore, only in the development and education of the playful instincts, the harmony of contingency and necessity, freedom and passion are realized. I would like to underline the importance of this kind of unity, which is different from the one sought by Persner, where there is a particular complexity between physicality and abstraction. This complexity can be found in the same definition of Rolling Stone that Marco Biraghi ascribes to Banham's book, above mentioned and first published in 1960. The volume expresses centrality, so to speak, complex and continuous, that is capable of constantly shifting its objective over time, proposing itself as a criticism of the reductive official vision of modern architecture, showing in all its real complexity and contradiction the panorama of theories and projects of the last glimpse of the 19th century. Through the tireless work of Siegfried Gideon, the myth of the machine, understood as new tradition, led to the consolidation of the myth of the modern movement, fed by the institution of CIAM. However, since the first Congress in 1928, there have been clear disagreements between Le Corbusier's idea of a strong state and the strategy for changing social structures promoted by Max Stem, Hans Smith, and Hans Meyer. On the one hand, architects who wanted to deepen the political and social aspects of urban organization toward the scientific and materialistic conception of architecture. On the other, Le Corbusier and his supporters, interested in solutions that disagreed any political social confrontation, with no regard for putting architects at the service of society's needs. At the end of CIAM, the critical review of modern movement arose, and Team 10 proposes a system with internal coherence that ensures quality even in the presence of different languages, as the context in which they fit. The group thus implemented an operation of strong relativization that initiated the demolition of the mythical construction of the modern movement. According to Ignacio de Sola Morales, the crisis of modern architecture led to the concept of aesthetics as the production by a subject of elementary perspective experiences, capable of generating meanings through emotions. As all other fields of aesthetic creation, architecture acquires the absolute freedom of perceptual experimentation, which results in the opens to experimental positions, especially about the effects of forms, materials, and spaces. If it is true that architecture became an art when society reached a certain degree of wealth and moral culture, then you can use some parallels in the history of art that can help us to understand modern architecture. According to Hauser, renouncing the harmony and chromatic beauty of Impressionism, modern art opposes Impressionism because it wants to be ugly, on principle. In painting, it destroys pictorial values. In poetry, the feeling and the perfection of the image. In music, the melody and the tonality. The painter, the poet, the musicians want to draw from the intellect, no longer from the feeling. This attraction is sometimes manifested with the purity of the structure, sometimes with the ecstasy of a metaphysical passion. As Giambattista Vico affirmed in his New Science, if there is no infinite progress of humanity and every civilization has its own course which at its peak stops and becomes a crisis, we can imagine that after a collapse of the myth of the modern movement of the last century, the creation of new myths for the architecture of the 21st century can be proposed again. In 2008, Biraghi identifies 13 phenomena, probably still present today in 2021, that define current myths and rituals, traceable only through clues, often in contradiction with one another. Going back to the image, its construct and its potential that represent our core questions, we can find after image, the 30th phenomenon that is in last place in the list and that leads to the new fruitful and forthcoming opportunities of another and after contemporary architecture, where image is a source of mutability, sense, and sensation. A concrete answer to this after image could be the architecture of Herzog and de Meuron's architectural production. In 2001, in a round table, Jacques Herzog states that his deep interest in the physical world originates in the old history of human culture, based on the dialectic between material and immaterial. Herzog reminds everyone that in the current phase of human civilization, most of our perspective energy is absorbed by the visual impact of electronic media. Our culture moves today more than ever towards more intangible values. For this reason, through the conscious stimulation of both tactile and olfactory faculties, Herzog and de Meuron's architectures are always conceived in such a way as to involve the five senses. To conclude, Anne White's work Boundary Interference is an example of the complex duplicity described in this paper. On an internal wall behind a bench made of foam rubber, at a height just above the central point of the spine, devices were placed to emit the recording of noise produced by car traffic. When the listener sits on the bench and leans back, the transfer of sound through the bones takes place, producing the sensation of perceiving the sound of traffic inside his body. Space is thus silent and empty until human activity modifies this condition through the negation of an image in favor of tactility and continuous transformations. Thank you very much.
Professor Longo, thank you for
Bardzo dziękuję pani profesor
very interesting
za bardzo ciekawą prezentację i analizę problemu. Moim zdaniem bardzo dobrze przedstawioną, bardzo dobrze zilustrowaną koncepcję i dobre przedstawienie i zilustrowanie pani koncepcji. I zapraszam państwa na lunch.
Bardzo dziękujemy za aktywność.
We thank you very much for your active participation.
Dziękujemy prelegentom.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, speakers.
teraz lepiej, rzeczywiście. Jeszcze raz, zaczynamy poobiednią sesję, drugą.
So this is the start of our afternoon session, after lunch session.
Pan profesor Słyk, na liście jest, nie, Macharze nie. Tak, na małych zestawieniach programowych.
I'm looking at the program of the session.
Prawda jest, tak, witamy duchem też. Zanim zaczniemy, jeszcze jedno.
So before we begin,
ale kilka osób mnie pytało o te moje obrazki.
I was asked by some people about my paintings.
Obok naszej bańki. To taka prowokacja troszkę.
And it's called next to our bubble. So when we speak about myths of architecture, we're in our bubble. It's a bubble of beauty. It's a bubble of art. It's a bubble of all these objects which are important to an architect. But what I drew, what I've presented, instead of my expression, I presented an image not to waste your time, but this is the bubble just next to us. So, for example, the example of bad dreams, evil acts that can be caused by the authorities, by politicians. It happens everywhere. Well, just we need to remember that speaking about beauty means that we're inside our bubble. But what is happening outside, it's very often very different to what we try to debate in such a professional manner. Well, perhaps you may say that this is a depressing truth or reflection, but actually as architects we need to consider that as well. So that's all from me for now, and I apologize for that comment. So actually we have 3 papers before the next break. So the first speaker in this session is Maciej Janowski, PhD from Poznań.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. And first, I would like to thank Professor Kuczyński for making an introduction to the topic which I would like to cover. And I think it's great that we're meeting here in the second year of the pandemic. And actually, we have that mixed hybrid concept of conference, so pre-recorded contributions, live contributions. Well, so this whole mix, this whole concept, where the whole situation, gives us unexpectedly very new types of experience. First, we were locked down in our homes, and we had to experience their physical presence, and we were confronted with their functional solutions. We appreciated their coziness, their comfort, or perhaps we realized that they were uncomfortable or they lacked coziness or feasibility. We realized that we couldn't make good use of public spaces. So we have that temporary absence from public spaces, a permanent presence in home spaces. Well, that reminds us about the need for direct perception of space, and that was multi-sensory experiencing of the space without filters such as words, images. They are perfect tools that may correct the reality.
Czy ja bym mógł prosić o jakąś interwencję?
May I please have your intervention right now regarding my presentation?
My nie pomożemy, ale chyba kolega poszedł.
Chyba tak. Ja źle generalnie działam na te urządzenia, w związku z tym nie
Really have a very bad influence on such devices. I'm not surprised.
Urządzeń takie jak lampy, a skończywszy na złożonych urządzeniach takich jak mamy do czynienia.
Starting from very simple devices like lamps to quite complex devices where we need that human factor.
Niestety nie mam swobody i erudycji pana profesora Kozłowskiego.
Unfortunately, I'm not at such ease with a microphone like Professor Kozłowski, who was entertaining you at the start of this conference today.
Już, przepraszamy za... Dziękujemy.
We apologize for the inconvenience and thank you very much for your assistance and your patience.
Tak jak powiedziałem, słowa obrazy,
words and images
poruszamy, to są doskonałe narzędzia, za pomocą których
between which we move. These are perfect tools to correct the reality, and in more advanced forms, we can create immaterial beings or myths that apply to every single aspect of human activity, including architecture. And this is not a new phenomenon that would belong to the contemporary world of so advanced technologies, and that was present centuries ago. And the Parthenon is a great example of that, which is perceived as a masterpiece of antique architecture, and it's a universal piece of architecture thanks to descriptions and of travelers, historians who created its image of as a perfect piece of work, which epitomizes the epoch of ancient Athens. Then subsequent events transformed the Parthenon into the embodiment of an idea. A Venetian mortar bullet deprived that structure of any extra architectural objects, and Lord again he removed some architectural adornments from that structure, and now that has become a symbol. Le Corbusier in 1911, when visiting the Parthenon, fascinated by that structure, he turned it into a fascinating but terrifying machinery which overbearing the surroundings, and that's this language that Le Corbusier used. I said he was terrified and fascinated, but at the same time left speechless because of the Parthenon, because of the homogeneous system of color that was subordinated to that one and only and unique idea. And the myth of perfection of the Parthenon, supported by the battlefield-derived concepts and supported by beautiful photographs was introduced to the modernistic theory as a confirmation of the principles of that idea, together with silos, Atlantic cruisers and aircrafts. And here you can see cards from Versailles architecture introduced or in a newspaper style presentation by Le Corbusier. Then Unimojewski criticized Le Corbusier, but that rhetoric actually pushed architecture outside its time and place-specific place, and was multiplied by mass-scale production of films and images and computer works, which are contained on hard drives of our laptops on computer. That process was observed by Beatrice Scolomina, who observed that the pieces of architecture dating back to the early 20th century, they were disseminated through images and words and not through their direct experiencing. So in the experience of architecture, it is the sense of vision which dominates. Other senses are reduced to zero, and the layers of our memory that we typically use for support refer not to the recollections of the physical contact with the material body or object, but to the image, to the vision which is created in the mind of the observer, forming untrue spatial situation. And in contemporary time, architecture can be anything from a drawing to visual presentation, and that was a model of, for example, a model of Friedrichstraße high-riser, designed by Friedrich Schmiel, and here that
architektury modernistycznej, który stał się tak de facto mitem. Ta otwartość,
and that has become a method, semi-translucent concept, focus on the skin of the building, is not only convincing for the contemporary people, but the myth has been repeated and multiplied and inspired generations to come, including Jean Nouvel, who was trying to create with more advanced technology specifically and techniques specifically the same impression that Mies van der Rohe was trying to achieve earlier on. And Jean Nouvel was using contemporary techniques to visualize this architectural object. And they are equally enigmatic as a description, because words also count in this case. So Nouvel describes his work as a proposition consisting in blurring or erasing borders and creating that vertical tension which is indefinite. This tower is indefinite and disappears in the sky and in the ground. There's no need to confront with the physical presentation, realization. We don't need it. Actually, physical existence of any structure or building is not necessary, because owing to the mass media and digital technologies. Structures and buildings have lost their volume, have lost their mass, and even these objects and buildings that do exist, that should become the focus of attention of architects, they undergo the same process. When you look at the concept of by Zaha Hadid, the Maxi museum in Rome, you can see that the concept of that river sketch, we have present some sketchy and blurred concept without that specific parts of the development of Rome made of red brick. There are no military barracks that have been developed into that museum. And similar is the case of the virtual model and the other models that have been created. And this is about exposing the light, the window openings, the sources of light which are presented here in real in or unreal way. And here we no longer have that openness of exposition space. They were supposed to cross with the line of the street, and there are certain lines that were to set out the space and define the space of Maxi, and these have been cut or cut by gates, and the bulk of these gates and their structure, which is quite present in the space, makes us to remember the previous function of the whole system. So again, this is a reference to Architecture Militaris, because these paths set out by Zaha Hadid's design cross. We no longer have that openness, we no longer have that people of visitors entering the museum was no longer there. We no longer have that membrane that was supposed to be the main idea of the design, but we have some traces of this idea when the two zones, the main gallery and the entrance zone cross, but the traces of the idea disappear. The more we enter the gallery, the more bulky it becomes, the more massive it becomes, where we expected the impact of light and shadows, the more shadowy and dark it becomes. So we have a domination of that over perception of spatial sequences and the purposeness described in texts written by architects themselves. And here the images, which are multiplied by the architectural journals and the internet, they are no longer simple, straightforward photographic sessions of buildings. They rather remind us advertising campaigns of brands. So the form of that presentation required changing a static form of a drawing to more less static forms, short forms of the internet. And then if we have images and concepts that are critical about the form of literature, they're quite rare. The authors, they try or attempt at creating myths and reproduce myths. Nowadays, the mass media try to promote myths, and average piece of work would become the
zintensyfikowane wtedy, gdy mamy do czynienia z przedsięwzięciem komercyjnym o globalnej skali,
work, and that happens when we have when we're dealing with large-scale projects or buildings or high-rise buildings such as gallery or an opera. They're considered the architectural equivalent of a philosophical stone that would miraculously repair devastated space, attract tourists and residents, miraculously improving the financial condition of the city. So that that requires recreation of a myth and adding that concept of uniqueness, creativity, and it is not often that such concepts are multiplied by the social media nowadays. There are also full-dimension films and novels and other forms of promotion. Plus, we have very precise categories from blockbusters to niche buildings. Bilbao Guggenheim Museum is clearly enjoys the blockbuster status, and it's combined with the Bilbao effect. And here, owing to that structure is ever present in the mass media, even as Frank Gehry, who designed the Bilbao Museum, remarked. He is clearly an architect, but he denies it fiercely and uses the contemporary media like fully flexed fiction films, like sketches of Frank Gehry. In this film, Gehry presents how he worked, but this is a creation. We can see the genius of an architect working on a model of a place, drawing, doing things, and the entire action reminds us of an artist working, not a creator, not an architect, not a builder, not an engineer, but artist working. So that is absolutely contrary to the work model where authors, engineers work putting together a cloud of points that would merge and to give that specific end effect. So here, that is to commemorate an architect of the days that passed, an architect who uses sketches and models, so a piece of work, a work of art, and a creator. In this case, they become an element of the pop world, and with that they need sustained advertising efforts, promotional efforts that would extend and prolong the ecstasy that comes with the excitement, and that causes the need to change the language presenting the architecture. And with that language, the architecture becomes increasingly iconic over a short period of time, although it may be forgotten. Buildings, they become a part of a myth if people understand their meaning, or even the network of connections between that piece of work and other pieces of work, not necessarily of the same genre, is big and wide, sufficiently wide to catch a broad array of non-immune spectators. It is about triggering our excitement, if even for a while. And when describing the Bilbao Museum, one of the art critics from New York Times, he multiplies metaphors as if he hoped for one to be accurate. And then he sees in the creation of Gary the recreation of Marilyn Monroe that is quite interesting to notice, and he refers to one of the scenes of the Misfits. Rosalind, played by Marilyn Monroe, she admires the unfinished house of one of the protagonists, saying, "I can enter and I can exit." So she refers to that undefined, unfinished nature of Frank Gehry's creation and building. So here we have the extension of verbal, non-specific language that allows us to describe the architecture. And this is the language that was initiated or perhaps invented by the futurists of Italy and Le Corbusier. However, on the other hand, the myth, as according to Roland Barthes, removes complexity of human behavior and gives them simplicity of the essence of behavior, in the sense that architectural forms, they have the meaning for themselves and through themselves. And for urban mechanisms, they tend to increasingly involve promotional mechanisms, and so we have films, advertising spots, etc., and they affect our perception of literature, creating bubbles that were mentioned by Professor Kuczynski before this session. So that means that at some point in time, as architects, we become detached from the reality, in search of uncanny, of exceptional buildings and structures, going in the footsteps of Dinocrates, who had that intention to build a city for Alexander the Great. So architects would like to design mad buildings for contemporary Alexander the Great, and these powerful men of today, they tend to agree to that. So, and then we end up having some exciting, mega expensive, mega costly buildings, and they're soon replaced by yet another expensive building or structure. Well, look at Dubai, and there might be some other locations of similar nature. So with that, I will leave you. I thank you very much for your attention, and I truly hope that we can successfully avoid such mistakes at a mass scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. I need to inform you that we are seriously delayed, so we have agreed now that our comments will be very brief. So let me just say one thing. First of all, let me share my experience. Whenever I look at architectural structure that I know from textbooks and so on, I usually go to where the waste is being stored, so I'm trying to explore it from the backside, and then this clash between the myth and reality often determines whether the myth stands to the scrutiny or not. But nobody then believes me if they don't have the same experience.
Well, very brief comment on my side. My colleague started with the myth of Parthenon. All of you remember Herbert, Polish poet, who was not convinced as to the nature of it, and I believe that he spent an entire day in that place, observing the passage of the sunlight, how the sunlight lit the columns, the pillars, and it was only at the end of the day that he concluded that he had a chance to understand architecture. So when we think about this relationship between myth and reality, architecture, in this case we have this phenomenological approach. So it's only when being in architecture that we can find the truth. So I believe that this is where the truth is. Okay. So that's all as far as my comments are concerned. And now let's invite our next speaker. And our next speaker is Mr. Bruno Messina from Catania. Over to you, Professor Messina.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thanks to Professor Tomasz Kozłowski and University of Krakow for invitation. The title of my presentation is The Myth of Origins of Living. The Greek word mythos refers to the narration of a distant and fantastic time which constitutes a symbolic link between the present and the origin of the world. Vitruvius, in the first chapter of the second book of the Architetture, tells how fire constitutes, even before language.
Professor Messi, stop for a moment. Okay. There is no picture on the screen.
No. Qui c'è.
On
the screen is visible.
Technical support is coming.
Prosimy, już kolega idzie, dobrze.
The first one, yeah. You can choose the PDF if you want.
Przepraszamy w imieniu organizatorów, ale dobry początek jest. Ten las już znamy, to dobry początek jest pewnie. Ale to chyba nie ma znaczenia. Nie wiem, czy to nie blokuje, czy to nie blokuje. O, już. No ale trzeba o pełny obraz.
Okay. So, Vitruvius, in the first chapter of the second book of the Architettura, tells how fire constituted, even before language, the first form of aggregation of primitive man. To protect himself, he first dug caves, then built shelters imitating the structures of a bird's nests, and finally built huts with tree trunks. Over time, the myth of the origins, as represented from Abbot Loger to Gottfried Semper, up to the masters of a modern movement, a central theme in the evolution of the architectural theories of 19th and 20th, based on the difference between stereotomy and tectonics, or between the Roman idea and the Greek idea of building. In the primitive hut described in his famous Essai sur l'architecture, Loger identifies an ideal model referable to the tectonics of Greek architecture that becomes the rational foundation for the renewal of the architecture in the Age of Enlightenment. A century later, Semper identifies the characteristics of primitive hut in the Caribbean hut and defines the nature of the different construction elements. The stone stereotomy of the base, the wooden tectonics of the roof frame, the textile character of the cladding, and the heart of the functional core of living. If Loger and Semper refer to the tectonic and material aspects of the original house, Fustel de Coulanges notes that the foundation of the house of the ancient originates from a precise symbolic act, the enclosure of the altar of the gods of the family, which refers to the Roman cult of the Lares and Penetes inside the house. In the stereotomic space of the domus, any direct relationship with the landscape and with the city is intentionally denied, and the relationship with the elements of nature becomes abstract. The compluvium projects a square of light inside the atrium, changing over the hours and seasons. Thus takes shape a representation of a cyclical time that daily marks the rites and rhythms of family life. In this way, around the void defined by the impluvium and compluvium, the bond of the domestic space of the earth and the sky is substantiated sojourn of mortal on earth under the sky before the divine, of which Martin Heidegger speaks in his famous essay of 1951. This symbolic relationship between space and time, as Francesco Venezia notes, is then transferred and dilated by the simple human cube of the atrium to the divine limits of the Pantheon sphere. The original stereotomic and tectonic form of living have constituted for many of the masters of the modern movement a fertile field of experimentation, starting precisely from the spatial archetype of the domus and the principle of the structure of the primitive hut. Le Corbusier imagines two residential prototypes that can be replicated and combined in series. The Maison Domino, a frame structure that allows a free arrangement of the floor plan and the fronts, and the Maison Citroën, defined from walls and characterized by a double height space. It is evident that Domino constitutes a reinterpretation of the tectonic system of the primitive hut, theorized by Le Corbusier in 5 points for a new architecture, of which Villa Seurat is the manifesto. The layout of Maison Citroën refers to the space of the domus that Le Corbusier also experiences in the double height of the living room and the loggia of the Esprit Nouveau pavilion. This research on the value of the void as a compositional nucleus of the domestic space is a legacy of the youthful suggestion of the Voyage d'Orient. In 1911, Le Corbusier visited Pompeii. Two domus in particular attracted his attention. The House of Silver Wedding, which impresses him with the height of vestibule and the special sequence that leads to the garden, and the House of the Tragic Poet, of which he guessed the refined axial construction of the plant. The interest in original forms of living characterizes the research of other masters of 20th century, Mies van der Rohe among them. The design of three-court house reaches an absolute degree of formal abstraction, as Antonio Monistiroli states, contains all the historical depth of the house, even if primary elements such as doors and windows are omitted in this project. There remains a roof and a fence, yet in this house you can recognize the whole house. The later Farnsworth house is a reinterpretation of the Semperian hut. The 4 elements of the architecture, however, are declined in abstract form. The base becomes a podium raised from the ground. The white frame retards an immaterial image in which the pillar now denote the tectonic function of supporting. The transparency of the envelope then cancels any solution of continuity between the architectural space and the nature, defining a timeless place. The only symbolic element that refers to the function of living is the heart of the fireplace. Mies investigates the reason for living through some foundational actions, enclosing, covering, lifting, or connecting, as in the case of the project for Razor House, a house in form of a bridge, in which the domestic space becomes a representation of the surrounding nature, so revealing the intention of the place in the Heideggerian meaning. The place does not already exist before the bridge. The bridge is a place, it grants the space in which earth and sky, mortal and divine, have access. The wide diffusion of Kenneth Frampton's test studies in tectonic culture, the poetics of construction in 19th and 20th, confirms the interest of contemporary architectural culture for stereotomy and tectonics, and for the Vitruvian archetypes of cave and the hut, an interest also declared by one of the most attentive architects of our time. By stereotomic architecture, writes Alberto Campobaez, we mean the one in which gravity is transmitted continuously. It is massive, stony, heavy architecture. It is an architecture that seeks light, that pierces the walls to ensure that light enters it. It is the architecture of the podium, of the base, that of the stylobate. It is, in summary, the architecture of the cave. By tectonic architecture, we mean that in which gravity is transmitted discontinuously in a structural system where the construction is syncopated. It is bony, woody, light architecture. It is the architecture of the envelope. In summary, it is the architecture of the hut. What appears evident is how these original forms have constituted a fundamental tool for the renewal of the domestic space of the 20th century, as if modernity could only be implemented through a return to the ontological condition of living. In architecture, the myth of the origin refers to the idea of a cyclical time, of an eternal present in which, in the words of Alvar Aalto, what is past never returns, but it doesn't completely disappear. What was always reappears, but in new forms. Perhaps one of the reasons for the impoverishment of our age lies in the fact that the interest of architecture is concentrated beyond any constructive reason on the shapes of the shell and the envelope that no longer denotes a solution of continuity between interior and external, but appears as a surface, as a screen, as an image devoid of any tectonic foundation. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo panu Bruno Messina.
Professor Messina.
Pozornie jest to zawężona refleksja, bo jest to mit domu, ale
you were talking about the myth of a home, not the entire architecture, but a home is a half of our lives. And sometimes we capitalize home and house as a space for family life, for personal life. So the search for the myth of a house is necessary. It's a very important element of our discussion. So thank you very much for raising this topic with us. Thank you.
Ja właściwie zapisałem sobie mniej więcej podobną myśl.
My reflection is quite similar, because it would seem that the idea of a house is simple, but maybe this is why we need to analyze it. It needs to have its own mythology. Yes, we were only thinking whether the Pantheon is a house of gods, yes, because we associate it today with the burial site, but it is the house of a god initially, yes. Okay, so we are running late, and we decided that we need to end our day today at 6 o'clock. So we will have a break, but after our next speaker. So now I would like to invite Mrs. Katarzyna Suchacka to give her talk between numbers and feelings and sensations.
Ja w przerwie jeszcze taki, skoro techniczna.
As we are still waiting for the presentation to be uploaded, I think we all know that as architects, but in the beautiful house, which is on the cover, I mean the modern house by Le Corbusier, no one's never lived there. I think a family of plant owners, I think they had a convention there twice or three times, but they never lived there. So this is not a house. And actually, together with Professor, we spoke about villa by Tugendhat in Brno. And I had the opportunity to visit that villa with the curator, with the caretaker of that museum, of that house. And I can tell you that I would love to live there. It's full of warmth. It wasn't built for show, although it had a lot of technological innovations, but also lots of very attractive formal solutions. So that house adds to the myth of a comfortable house, and it was lived in.
Na końcu się pojawiły domy, znaczy ten projekt domu
and then,
dla brata Alto.
In the end, there was another design.
Podczas wędrówki ze studentami, zresztą w stulecie śmierci Alto zrobiliśmy taką.
And in the 100th, on the occasion of 100th anniversary of one of the. Sorry, can we? Well, we had a trip to Finland. And on the 100th anniversary of Alto's birthday, we traveled to Helsinki, and we visited both of his houses and the masterpiece, the summer house.
Dobry wieczór, dzień dobry.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to make my presentation, and I would like to thank professors for the excellent moderation. I'm so happy that we can be here live, not online, because it's a very different feeling. I wanted to talk to you about sensation, between number and sensation. That's the title of my presentation, and I will continue my presentation. And to some extent, I live in my bubble. But I think that each of us, we all live in our bubbles. Our bubbles may be more or less open to others, or maybe fully closed, and it's our particular expression and concept. So number of structures, space or volume, structure of chiaroscuro. Where is the sense of architectural beings enclosed? Basic questions related to the issue arising from the activities in order to categorize architecture will be asked here today. And I'll be presenting my point of view.
Podstawowe pytania, które przyświecają podjętym rozważaniom, odnoszą się do
related to the issues arising from the activities undertaken in order to categorize architecture within a specific group of sciences and other creative areas. Can its creations be described with a pattern? Can it be subject to evaluation, or is it perceived in some subjective way? Let me rephrase this question, and I will invite you to hold a dialogue with me.
Czym jesteś?
What are you? Space, abyss of form, a mystic puzzle of histories, or structure, construction, norm, standard and number, shining, power, strength and rock. You are experience, perception, touch, smell, sound and silence. It's me and you, merged. You seem us. It is worth considering the question, is architecture the result of artisanal work based on numbers, patterns, coordinate dependence, calculations, and material specifications, a product of technology? The question seems all the more justified as it originates from the field of technical sciences. But is architecture an embodiment of artistic visions created by compositions of light, rhythm, and space? Or is artistic indications reflected in the work projects being the art of abstraction, feeling the dullness of everyday life, or treated as a living skin, as a reflection of social behavior? Is architecture a response to psychological needs and human expectations? Or maybe its objectivity of its existence and the measurability are the determinants of the range of infinite possibilities of shaping emotions and thinking perceived in behavioral categories based on the cognitive model of the world? Do those sensory experience resulting from being in its company determine the decisions we make? Do they influence the quality of our views, taste, and thinking about the external environment? Or maybe that affects the quality of our surroundings? Or maybe architecture has even more profiles of action that we do not verbalize, although we experience them sensually. Objectivity remains at the level of evaluation of measurable data, that is areas, culture, etc. of the building economy. And quite often they are governed by emotions, and they often ruled by emotions. We're taking precedence over the price, direct the choice to an architectural phenomenon. projections showing functional zones, communication and rooms proportions are for nothing. All the more executive and construction drawings lose their importance when all it seems that we already know that we know what we're destined for, and we're accompanied by the VR images. The human entering the embrace of architecture supported by emotions accepts its choice and is able to love infinitely, or is not able to accept the indicated forms at the first contact with it. When he finds a partner in the dialogue of existence in architecture, he expresses his emotions, filling its space with the scent of perfume, plants, dishes wafting from nooks and granaries, the sound of music, whispers, sometimes crying. It feeds on light that travels on the walls and the floor, which brings the details to life with its reach and can add magic to even the most banal of objects. It soothes the silence, acoustically filled partitions to be able to contemplate and persist in its own world. Well, the concept, the words quoted from Zumthor's study, architecture has its own area of existence. It is this area sensitive vessels for rhythm of steps on the floor. We listen what a man has to say, how it sounds when put in dialogue. Rasmussen also speaks about architecture, treating the building as a composition of only voids. And the feelings accompanying to the physical contact with architecture do not remain unnoticed and fill architecture with our emotions. It is us and our life, regardless of its nature. We transfer our secrets to the interior of architecture, believing that we find a good confidant in her form. Without emotions and recalling from memory these experiences of delight and excitation, it is impossible to speak. Looking at the following example, the view of the Barcelona skyline from the radio and television tower, it's a unique phenomenon. Only from this place such view is possible. Feelings intensified by the awareness of the height at which we have found ourselves moved emotionally. They evoke various associations with an unimaginable power of space and the creator with the game of cities in which we are only a small part with the city building Barcelona's narrative, with the multiplicity of conflicts and ideas of designers. The impressions curve is different when we can experience something personally, and it's very different when we analyze a photographic image. We'll have a very different impression when we direct contact with the designated space and object. The sensoric experience is different, and its strength depends on the sensitivity of each of us, mental and physical condition, the degree of emotional connection with the space, the aura, and the observer's age and gender. And actually what you see here, it's Libeskind's museum in Berlin. As Rasmussen said, it was created in such a manner that the architecture is voidness, it's emptiness. The bottom part, the lower part of the museum is a creation of void spaces filled with our impressions, and this is what I felt when I was there. So architecture wakes us up and evokes our impressions and concepts. The perception processes, apart from the sense of sight, also take into account other senses which are in the close collaboration, and this guy distinguishing touch, hearing, and other neuroceptive experience of the world. And referring to the philosophy embodied cognition, the thesis which states that the content of complex mental states and processes such as mental representations, beliefs and reasoning characterized by abstraction arises on the basis of perceptual motor representations and functioning of the organism in the real world that leads to belief that the structural appearance is influenced by various factors which include, and here we have measurable data and external factors, senses, D&S, and these are sensual cognitive ability, sensual reception of space. The word contemplates the process of recognizing architecture. Words assigned to them form the name of name it and abstract it from the ever-present context. This also distinguishing it while evaluating it at the same time. The words testify to the interference of the mind with the state of original image. So that must be merged into the linguistic sphere of the cognitive process. To make sense of reality, it is necessary to build a secondary symbolic image in one's mind. Language plays a key role in this process. It tames the subject with understandable schemes of meanings and content. However, there may be a distance and doubt between the word and the picture as to the accuracy of the word. Referring to Edmund Husserl's theories that consciousness is always intentional, we can go to the area of combining three meanings, form, image, and word, in order to be able to recognize architecture most holistically. The contrast of the author's interpretation, similar to enzymes containing the reception of form, images, and words, stimulate reaction and dialogue. The last in this chain of meanings is reinterpretation, playing the key role in the cognitive process of architecture. It takes place at the level of intimacy and depends on sensitivity, indirectly, of course, on the way architecture's fragments are portrayed. The emotional way of expressing opinion strengthens the quality of experiences architecture and testifies to the opinion that the sensuality arising from the depth of feelings is real. There are plenty of allusions and references to the architectural work in literature. In the verbal and photographic interpretation of architecture, one can find associations with an image, and these are graphic versions of my interpretations of architecture, connected with words in certain association to the graphic structure of a poem, because architecture is a graphic record. These are graphic records of certain systems. As a mad woman adorned with mirrors, you're shamelessly peeping into my window comparing gloss and matte. I do not believe that you will hold the pose of a dancer. My disbelief makes you alive. My disbelief touches you with rapture. My disbelief in your company contrasts. Unbelievably absent, no names, no designates, counted by street names, a colorful signboard, a beer stall beside. Invariably beside, you pass by, stop, leave behind, you meet me rather than it, and yet for you it awaits commotion, unbelievably present. You must be strong. You are to be strong. You are to be helpful. You are to be great. Strong to survive forever in memory of peace and quiet. Helpful not to forget to serve with a lovely smile, like an image of a Vitruvian triad. And yet you are, what you made me architect, here I am. And here again, what is left, we need to answer this question. It's about sensation and number, and light and darkness. What is the form appropriate for architectural being? Are we a number or sensation? Is architecture a number or sensation?
Druga część prezentacji.
So I have another part of this presentation, and here with that I wanted to invite you to a very short journey, which is stimulated by my feelings resultant from this pandemic situation and from the place where I live. This is my direct neighborhood of a hospital that for a year was a hospital for infections. And actually, this part has been already presented, and its opening was on the front wall of the Hospital for Infections on the 31st of July 2021, when the hospital was changing its function. And before that, there was another exhibition devoted to COVID city, screen and a home. So I would like to take you on a short journey to the world of feelings and sensations. So that's the context of the concepts and urban solutions and certain examples of architecture. Enjoy, and thank you very much for your attention.
Tutaj właśnie jest oaza zieleni dla miejskiej pustyni.
So here again, just right here is the oasis of greenery for the city, chirping of birds, the beauty of nature, the nature. Here is where I'm to live,
pozbawionym
in
balkonu
this
i loggi.
flat, deprived of a balcony or a loggia. That's never been an issue. There was a park nearby, pond, the bath of the nature. But here again, once I suffered from the access to oxygen and the core of my existence, I was falling asleep, tired, and I would wake up with sirens of ambulances and seeing doctors and medical staff carrying patients to get on time to fight for the fate of those who are near us, who are our dearest and nearest and dearest. City Hospital, Józef Memorial. It is called the Hospital for Infections. This is called the Hospital for one specific purpose, and that is what it creates, that one specific purpose. So behind the closed door, just in front of me, I could sense externally the seriousness of the situation, and my blood was circulating in the rhythm of hopes and failures. As an unwanted witness, I was recording every minute of pandemic struggle.
Jeszcze raz dziękuję bardzo Państwu za...
So I thank you once again for your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Sztuka nie wymaga komentarza, więc pewnie nie będziemy komentować.
I don't think art requires needs to be commented on, so we will not be commenting. I just want to mention that professors' pictures, paintings, were shown and displayed online during our 19th hybrid conference. So I strongly encourage everyone and invite you to admire, follow, and trace the relation between architecture and art. And I thank you so much, Professor, for the emotions, for the sensation. But that could be potentially the paradigm of this 20th conference. We didn't want to interfere, we didn't want to interrupt, we didn't want to cut your presentation. Let us go back to reality. It's 4:40 p.m. So it's our coffee break. So let's use this coffee break for reflection. For reflection, so it's 20 to 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to close the last session at 6, so we need to start the last session at 5 to 5, because we still have 3 speakers, because we'll be opening the evening celebration and evening entertainment part of our conference. So let's meditate over coffee.
Zapraszamy ludzi chowających się w holu na salę.
To tak brzmi, jakby oni mieli jakiś z kimś kogoś...
Zaczynamy. Państwa, zaczynamy drugą część popołudniowych spotkań.
So let me start the second part of our afternoon session. We have 3 presentations planned, so we will try to be very strict about time. We have 20 minutes per paper, and the first speaker is Mr. Grzegorz Nawrot, and the title of his presentation is The Myth of Interpreting Identity, the Identity of Images.
Tak? Bardzo prosimy.
Dobry wieczór Państwu.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and I will speak about the myth of identity and the persistence of architecture. So let me start with the myth of permanence of memory. And let me start with what one of the actors in Polish comedy said: I like only the songs that I've heard before. How can I like a song that I'm hearing for the first time? This saying is obviously always relevant, and it expresses in a fairly accurate manner the assessment of architectural objects, not only by professionals but also by lay people. It relates to the sense of ontological security, so what we consider true, safe and beautiful is what, in the view of our experiences, the signs, the structures we have seen before, is considered as such. So we are dealing here with a certain myth of interpretation. We do not take into account the fact that in view of the changing reality, the signs, symbols, structures have become the antonyms of the ones existing in the past. So let's attempt a different approach to the assessment of architecture while maintaining this dualism of interpretation, so assessing both the content and the matter. In the past, the architectural objects have been interpreted in the same way as organic matter, as human body, for instance. And living organisms do not die at once. It's a process. So first of all, the parts of the brain responsible for interpreting, for collecting data, for contacts with the external world, these parts of the brain die out. And these are the parts of the brain that developed in the process of evolution as the last ones. It is the soul of the humans. During this time, we still breathe, our heart still works, and in the same way we can approach architectural buildings. So the content of architecture at the first stage, it also evolved. Last, the matter has been still existing, is still existing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is related to the phenomenon of overwriting. So the dying out of content results in the death of a building or in its reinterpretation through the content that comes next. We can talk here about over-interpretation with reference to this material content as well as the spirit of the building. So it's overdriving, palimpsests are the concepts that come up in this context. We are dealing with perception, recalling and imagining. I here have differentiated certain attributes of permanence of architecture. So because of the lack of time, I'm not going to discuss them in detail, but let me just point out to the method of use, architectonics. So also the sort of clothing of a building, its artistic aspect. And in the same way, we may refer to this facade of references that determines dynamically of the building. Now, let me proceed with some examples that illustrate what I have said before. This is the building of the previous local authority's office. And in this case, the building has been reinterpreted both in terms of content, so the spirit, but also the matter. When it comes to the content, this building belonging to the authority has gained this culture-making function. There is also a myth from the 14th century that was discovered in the basement, but I would like to point your attention to the materiality. We are looking at the facade. This facade has been restored, renovated, and most of us will be convinced that the materials used are historic materials. This is how we experience them, how they feel from the textile perspective visually, but in fact, the materials are a perfect replica. The chemical composition is completely different, and they were created on the basis of the state-of-the-art technologies. So, is it historic matter or no longer so? And yet another example, a building of a former train station. There is no longer any train that is passing by. And in here we have a good example of this replacement of the spirit. So we have some attributes of the previous form, and now the building is used for residential purposes. Now let's move on to the myth of time. The time goes by, but the myth of architecture is permanent. Let me start once again with a quote from Leibniz. So the time is not autonomous, it's a consequence of the events. Without the events, the time loses its meaning. The time redefines the sense of existence of a building, its durability, its beauty, its usability. One important aspect in the case of architectural objects is the persistence of its identity. When we want to determine this persistence of identity, we should answer two questions. First of all, who am I? What am I? Obviously, in the case of a building, and where am I? In the first case, we get a clear answer of what the building has become after being reinterpreted. In the second case, the answer is equally important because the nearest context of the building as a result of various changes has modified the impact of the building and its influence on the observer. And let me give you one more example. This is a pretty specific building. Maybe it's provocative. It's a residential building made of prefabricated modules, and at some point a kind of overgrowth appeared on the roof of the building. It also has a residential function. So the building hasn't changed its function, but is it really true? Can we speak of technological persistence of this building? Well, it has been substantially modified. This facility, this building was originally constructed differently than what is constructed on the top. Paradoxically, this bottom part has not been overhauled or renovated in any way, so there was a suspicion that it would have been changed as in the first priority. But what happened was the contrary. First of all, this annex was added on the roof. Well, how about the aesthetic values? In the case of this kind of buildings, you can't really speak about beauty, but the reinterpretation of aesthetics obviously took an important turn. But maybe there is something even more relevant, even something more important in this specific case. There is something that exists outside of architecture, but has direct impact on its functioning. This building, from prefabricated elements, was supposed to democratize relationships between residents, and as a result of this annex, you get a sort of a luxury residence that is in a way superior to the rest, and the residents of that annex enjoy higher status than the residents of the remaining flats. So this is a non-architectural criterion, but it seems to me highly relevant to the analysis of this case. And yet another example is the cemetery of the spirit. So this place, this site is devoid of its meaning. At certain stage, this functioning has been frozen, and it seems that this facility, this site, has lost its function, but it continues to be visited by tourists. For instance, some of them are not even aware of the history of this site. And finally, the persistence of matter, of symbols, and metamorphical persistence, material persistence. The myth of architecture as something permanent can be explored in two ways. We can explore this matter metaphorically or physically. How can we define this in the easiest way? It seems that the best idea is to use antonyms. In the first case, we would have a dispersed structure of masses, and in the second, multi-layered systemic compilation. The slide shows a reinterpretation of the metamorphical persistence, but there are two different aspects. The first one is the replacement, continuous replacement of the content, and the reinterpretation of matter. It is commonly believed that persistence means continuity. In the case of architecture, we can speak of this immutability in two ways, as the separation of space for specific events,
tworzywa może bardziej,
the matter, the material that is used to create such separation. And this material can be persistent, can be durable, such as glass, such as cement, or it can be illusory, it can be temperature, it can be smell, it can be something like dependencies or ergonomical dependencies, or some products of our contemporary ICT technologies. And finally,
pozwolę sobie tutaj, może jeszcze zanim to,
maybe before I conclude,
symboliczne.
Symbolical persistence.
Odnosząc się do trwania symbolicznego,
when we speak about symbolic persistence, if an architectural structure is symbolically permanent, well, it is. When it comes especially to its original purpose. We can speak about the royal castle in Warsaw, in Krakow, about the royal castle somewhere else. Well, none of the royal castles is the house of the king anymore. They also stopped being used by officials. In the case of the royal castle in Warsaw, the entire material structure of the building has been replaced, but the name still remained. In the case of the Potocki family palace in Łańcut, well, it's no longer owned by the Potocki family, but the name continues to be used. So the name of an architectural building site structure is assumed by the site where that building used to be located. So maybe some of you have read the Alice in the Wonderland, and there was the smile of a Cheshire cat without the cat itself. So it seems to be an analogous situation. Okay, so maybe I will not go into details, but just let me touch upon the classification of the permanence of matter of existing and dead objects. And this metamorphism also created the conceptual ideas of structures. And now, actual metamorphism of dead objects, matter, well, we can use in here the example of some old abbeys, old sites. So a relic becomes a sign of known values, of recorded events that are commonly known, but it happens that a structure becomes a sign to unidentify events. And finally, to conclude, maybe one more example from architecture. This is a reconstruction of a post-industrial facility in Silesia. This facility was originally erected from brick, and later on, during the reconstruction process, it was completely demolished, dismantled. The structure was made with reinforced concrete. I took this photo more than a year ago. I believe that this building is once again layered with brick, and it even looks, or in no time will look in this way. As you can see it now, it's a kind of simulacrum, because we look at it and we perceive this building as a building made of brick. Is it true? And maybe to sum up, very often when referring to architecture, we think about its physical durability, permanence, but it seems equally important to think about the permanence of architecture outside of its materiality, so its permanence in myths and in memories. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. we were here taking down notes and making some comments that I believe that I can voice now, that we had, for a moment, we had some doubts in the second part of the presentation, because you introduced the concept of identity of this architecture. But thank you for convincing us that this really exists. So your paper really convinced us, because identity typically is associated with a different sphere. But in this case, yes, we can speak of this identity of space. So thank you very much. We are almost on time, so now we would like to invite Professor Raffaella Nelli from Milan to give her presentation dedicated to the myth of art and the myth of science in the writings of Peter Behrens.
Thank you very much. I want to thank for the kind invitation, and the title of my lecture is, as you see, in Peter Behrens, Between the Myth of Art and the Myth of Science. Architecture has always been one of the most difficult disciplines to define, because we don't know if is it an art or a science, a technique or a form of expression. Over time, architecture has tried to define its status between rationality and creative act, between the myth of science and the myth of art. On one hand, in the 19th century, the science of construction was hailed as a specific element of the architectural project, a tool of formal definition based on the exactness of a scientific rationality. On the other hand, contrasting stances supported the subordination of construction in architecture in favor of the primacy of art. This fluctuation of positions highlights the need of searching for a balance between opposing words to bring all the components of architecture back to unity. Peter Behrens was one who addressed this theme throughout his life and his contradictory fortune. When he was alive, he was accused of not being rigorous enough with respect to the truth of structure. But afterwards, he was appreciated for exactly the opposite reason, the constructive clarity of his architecture. In the space between these opposing judgments, I believe we can recognize the problem which was constantly present in his work, ever since his collaboration with Aige began. The positive trust placed in the objectivity of technical knowledge and science, and the awareness of the artistic and expressive value of architecture, with the consequent need to affirm the primacy of art. These were the two poles within which Behrens tried to seek a road towards architecture. And these poles are a reflection of the great themes so dear to German culture: Kunst, Wollen and the pragmatism, ideality and technique. Opposite in thought, but to be reconciled in the practice of architecture, to result in a style which for Behrens was to be redefined and reaffirmed, a style which possessed a formal unity, which could be an expression of the spirit of the time, of the zeitgeist, which mirrored modernity. Peter Behrens was born in Hamburg in 1868, died in Berlin in 1940, and received no formal training as an architect. After studying art, he settled in Munich in 1890. He was primarily a painter and a graphic designer, interested in the problem of applied arts and in industrial production of objects. Later, he was invited to join the Darmstadt Artists Colony, and in 1903, he was in Düsseldorf, where he became director of the School of Applied Art. His first architectural experiences ensued in these years: the Villa Bernauer, the crematorium in Dresden, the Protestant church in Hagen, and some exhibit stands. Behrens was attracted to the Romanesque architecture he had encountered during a trip to Tuscany. In his early works, showed strongly this influence. In his early designs, what he took from Tuscan architecture, above all, was the rich decorative apparatus which provided him with a wide repertoire of ornamental motifs to cover his volumes, making them appear almost immaterial and abstract. But through this experience, Behrens learned to know and work with elementary volumes. In my opinion, it was from here that came the conviction, more and more evident in his work, that architecture consists essentially of volumes. From that point on, Behrens would reason that the values and the meaning of architecture became manifest through the precision of relationships and proportions, rather than the orthodoxy of the ornamentation. This was the lesson which he would delve into more deeply later on, in the Berlin years, when he encountered the architecture of Karl Friedrich Schinkel. In 1907, at the age of 40, Peter Behrens was invited to Berlin as an art consultant for the AEG company. Initially, he was in charge of product design and the kitting out of stands at trade fairs. Later, AEG entrusted him with a more important task, a subject little practiced, the design of its industrial buildings. Here, Behrens found himself for the first time faced with the complexity of the task inherent to the architecture of the Großstadt, the large modern city. He had to tackle two new problems: architecture for industry, a recent theme, and the use of new building materials. Both were themes that could not find any consolidated architectural answer, which did not allow Behrens to turn to traditional models, nor to resolve volumes in an ornamental key. These complex new problems imposed on Behrens a long and more arduous path. He was forced to question the entire design procedure, to search for the reasons and principles necessary to carry out these tasks, to reflect on the object and purpose of the art involved. To begin with, Behrens was obliged to ask himself what distinguished art from other human production, what distinguished architecture from technique, and then to rethink the relationships between these apparently contrasting activities, both necessary for architecture. I personally believe that it was in this difficult condition that Behrens produced his best works. And here we can find his most important teaching, which was, as Walter Gropius said later, the habit of thinking in principles, of taking each specific problem back to its generality. For Behrens, the search for principles appeared to be the only possibility to ensure the renewal of forms and the generality of solutions in search of a style that will still in line with tradition. I think that Behrens was at the same time both a classical and a modern architect. Modernity was the condition of his work. Being modern meant being a man of his time, and being a modern architect meant interpreting the values of his time and representing them through the forms of his own art. Behrens accepted this condition as a form of civil commitment, and he chose a classical approach to his design. The idea of modernity also included the new possibilities offered by technique. Behrens considered this a matter of fact to base the architecture on. Construction provided, he said, valuable indications with respect to forms. But technique could not be considered a value in itself. No style, no beauty could be directly determined by technique, although the clarity and precision of construction, Behrens recognized, did possess a certain aesthetic value. There was a gap between architecture and construction. Just as the laws, he says, of nature do not automatically mean culture, so construction does not immediately mean art. The thesis that the result of the engineer's works are already in themselves the unit of a new artistic style cannot be endorsed. For now, the works of the engineer lack style, the result of an artistic will, aware of its goals, one which triumphs over the constraints constituted by the functions, the material, and the realization. The substantial difference between the two activities, Behrens argued, consists in the different goals they pursued. Expressive intentionality distinguished architecture from engineering. The structure remains the primary tool, but it must necessarily be subordinated to the principles and aims of art. At this point, to clarify these relationships, it was necessary for Behrens to penetrate the nature of the specifically artistic element, he said, to clarify what art is, what its goals are, and what the general task of architecture is. Behrens considered art the most profound expression of a culture, the supreme and most general manifestation of human life. Art has the task of making itself the bearer of the spiritual and moral values which distinguish an era. Therefore, art could never be reduced to individual expression. Architecture, first of all, had to be an interpreter of the collective values of a society. According to Behrens, the operation with guaranteed generality is typing. The character, the creation of a type, was in every art, and no less in architecture, the most important moment of every formulation. The identification of a type is the first fundamental act to be performed to define the general character of buildings. The idea of monumentality, is the commitment the architect must undertake in the face of any theme, especially in the face of those that lacked a consolidated typological definition, such as commercial and industrial building, the new themes of modernity. Behrens sensed, as Ludwig Hilbersheimer later showed with great clarity, that the definition of building types was the indispensable condition for the completion of the great modern city, the Großstadt, with Berlin representing a field of experimentation in those years. These were the tasks Behrens set himself when he accepted the request to realize the first industrial building that EIG commissioned from him in 1909, the turbine factory assembly room, while interpreting the ambitions of the company, which saw architecture as a tool to celebrate itself in conjunction with the growing role of industry. Behrens began the work in the simplest and most obvious way. He started from the functional and dimensional requirements of the building. The assembly of turbines required a large, bright, undivided space and other areas for complementary processing. It was therefore necessary to identify the general characteristics of this building in order to give it a clear and recognizable spatial definition appropriate to the theme in order to become typed. The main building was conceived as a whole, an undivided space, narrow and long. The volume measured 207 meters long, 18 meters high, and 26 meters wide. This was joined by a smaller communicating block of 2 stories, which housed other processes. In this way, the first act toward a generality had been completed. The factory was a whole with a smaller building flanking it. But how to give this whole a finished form? Behrens tasked the elements of structure with bringing out the character of the building, with making it monumental, with constructing its volume and endowing this with a formal completeness. And once again, he began from a simple fact, intrinsic to the theme, the large size of the building and therefore also of its roof. Behrens interpreted the large dimension of the undivided space as a value to be represented, a character proper to the theme of the large factory. So he set out to emphasize it, to represent it through its grandeur, power, energy, and strength. In this way, he tried to make the factory a kind of heroic place. The description of the construction enterprise of the great and large space became the principle on which Behrens based the formal definition of the type, the principle through which he gave shape to the volume. But what principle exactly was described through the forms of the architecture? This is, for me, the point of greatest interest, because there was a significant discrepancy between the structural principle implemented to support the factory and the represented one in the forms of its architecture, a discrepancy which Behrens' thinking clarified. Behrens chose iron and glass to realize the great whole, materials which allowed for large structural spans and good interior lighting. From a static point of view, the structure of the factory is very simple. The basic element consists of a triple hinged arch of 26 meters span, repeated for 22 spans at a pitch of 9.22 meters. It was designed and calculated together with an engineer, Karl Bernhardt, who later on would criticize Behrens' work on the basis of a different point of view regarding the role of construction in architecture. But which operation would make it possible to distinguish technique from art, as Behrens hoped, to mark the distance between his work and the work of engineer, to overcome the forms of the technique? Behrens was not satisfied with showing the triple-inch arch in their technical evidence. It is the result of dimensioning the structure, but it is not expressive from a formal point of view. Instead, he tried to relate these elements to an order, a more general and recognizable principle, one that was more evident and easily understood. The order of the elements must represent this structural principle of the building in an easy and immediate way. The triple-hinged arch responded to a static law, but the perception of it did not really render the sense of stability, Behrens said. Behrens therefore defined the volume of the building as the representation of a three-lithic pillar beam system, an elementary principle easier to recognize and to a certain degree masking the triple-hinged arches. So it tried to define an order, distinguished the elements, and demonstrated their respective role. A large base, full-height vertical pillars, iron and glass curtain walls, a heavy lintel linking the slabs and closing off the volume, a vast roof. Behrens clarified this intent. His intent was, he said, to give expression to the sense of stability, also from an aesthetic point of view. Here, it did not exploit the quality of lightness of iron and glass structure. His conception of architecture was based on the heaviness of the masses and the strength of volumes. The deep shadows which the pillars and the lintel cast on the glass windows, which were strongly set back and tilted to emphasize this effect, contributed to enhancing the building's volume. This shadow, I think, determines the distance between the construction, understood as a technical fact, and the architectural fact. This consideration extends to all the parts of the building. The facade of the hall, which overlooks the main road, is the part most invested with the representative task toward the city. Here, the large roof plays a key role. It concludes the volumes and shows through its unity, the unity and breadth of the space of the hall, the fact of its being an undivided place. For this reason, it becomes a clear-cut element defined by a large polygonal pediment. In Behrens' intentions, the definition of the polygonal shape aspires to become a formally stable element, an element of recognizability of industrial architecture. The formal necessity of the pediment, like that of the classical tympanum, certainly had no structural raison d'être, but had been deliberated on the basis of its representative capacity. The same applies to the solution of the corner, heavy, powerful, rusticated, which would be the object of particular criticism by engineer Bernhard. On the basis, Bernhard said, of the truth of structure. This corner, Bernhard argued, was not only uncalled for, but downright misleading. This is a positive argument. The shape of the corner, its heaviness, its solidity, did not correspond to the structural functioning of that part. So it's bogus. But even this choice was explained by Behrens through the representative goal of the architecture. Behrens, mindful of Schinkel's lesson, replied, the two corner pillars have the role of closing and binding, thus strongly affirming the unity and conclusion of the great, unique volume. The lateral body was based on the same principle of analytical construction and on the desire to recount the parts of which it was composed. It is set back from the street, from the road, and it omits the element of the large roof and is explicitly divided into two stories. The positive criticism of the engineer Bernard demanded truth, a total adherence of the forms of the architecture to the forms of the technique, with the result of depressing the form and debasing it as a result of technical thought, depriving it of its expressive potential, its representative capacity, its very life. But between the truth of engineers and the forms of architecture, there is the difference between being and representing. According Behrens, this operation presupposes an act of will, a choice, oriented by an expressive intentionality. To conclude, Behrens had primarily the great merit of having once again affirmed the expressive capacity and necessity of forms, and then to have recognized the importance of construction, far beyond the role of a guarantor of solidity, as a principle of representation of the forms of architecture. In order to enhance the expressive power of the building, he took the operation to the limit, to the point of dissociating the form of the elements from their static behavior, representing a different principle from the one actually operating. Starting from the master's lesson, the Behrens lesson, I think it's a question of making the procedure coherent with matching this principle, what is and what is represented, to choose what we intend to represent and to bring the clarity of a principle and a construction to its exact expression. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo za chyba poszerzenie i naszej wiedzy o polskich Behrensach, o te szczególnie interesujące, mniej znane
extending our knowledge by presenting these early and less known projects by Behrens. So we are more or less on time, and now, if I'm correct, we are going to listen to our next speaker from Kiev, who is not here with us and is going to join us online. Yes, are we
Dear
ready?
ladies and gentlemen, let me start
Szanowni
our
Państwo,
report.
szanowne
We will
Panie i
start
Panowie,
from the sharing my screen.
rozpoczniemy teraz od przedstawienia mojej prezentacji. Pozwolę sobie udostępnić Państwu swój ekran i przejdziemy następnie do treści referatu.
The topic of our report is stability of meaning and connection within the regions of the historical architecture of Ukraine. And this report was prepared by Yulia Ivashka and me, Andriy Dmitrenko. So let me start. In the culture of Ukraine, there are several of the most famous patterns mainly associated with the perception of folk culture and tradition. These patterns are three-domed, three-frame wooden church tower among picturesque houses and cherry orchards, a whitewashed house under a high thatched roof, red and black folk embroidery, the hapak dance, borscht as the most popular dish. A feature of this template is the elevation of the most characteristic or colorful phenomena to the rank of the characteristics projected throughout the country. In addition to the positive nature of such a phenomenon, which is concentrated manner described the most striking sides of the culture of the people, it also has a downside. So, in Ukraine, not all folk dwellings were whitewashed under a thatched roof. In addition to three-frame tower-type churches, there were many other types. In addition to red and black embroidery, there was, for example, white on white and many others. The list of folk dances is not limited to hapak, nor is the menu of Ukrainian folk cuisine limited to borscht. Since ancient time, the architecture of Ukraine has been characterized by two components: the symbolic meaning of main structural elements and, at the same time, the stability of the semantic meaning of the certain forms. The most common objects of folk architecture in Ukraine were folk housing, but the greatest artistic flowering of folk architecture reaches in religious building. Despite the variety of functional purposes, all buildings of folk architecture, in fact, were variants of the building with log walls and a heaped roof. Common was a set of spiritual ideas about the building, which was conceived not only as a work of purely utilitarian purpose, but also as part of the spiritual essence of the world. The whole process of traditional construction, from the choice of building materials to settlement, was imbued with ancient folk animistic ideas, accompanied by a whole system of rules, divinations, and rituals. The building, erected with numerous reservations, played a dual role: functional, pragmatic, and sacred, spiritual. The significance of the latter was to protect against the omnipotence of the infinite world, to create its small model, cleansed of the forces of evil. The harmony of the building with the environment, the pyramidality of its structure, the use of natural materials, these fundamental features of folk architecture are a reflection of ancient cosmogonic and world views about the unity of the building and the world. So, starting from the pre-Christian time in each region of Ukraine, a list of the main forms that characterize residential architecture has gradually formed. This science has survived to this day in the folk dwellings: rectangular one-story building with one entrance covered with a pitched roof, divided by a partition into several living rooms and utility rooms. An established semantic set of forms was also distinguished by Orthodox church building. The situation with the semantic meanings of the forms of public buildings was most complicated, since the functions of public buildings were constantly changing. Thus, we can say that the architecture of Ukraine, the myth of architecture to varying degrees, manifested itself in buildings of various functional purposes. Myth of a rural residential building in Ukraine. The architecture of Ukraine has been closely related to the mythology and legend since ancient time, namely from the legend of the founding of Kiev by three brothers, Ki, Shek, and Horiv, and their sister Libid, who settled on three hills and named the river in honor of their sister. Even after adopting Christianity, Ukrainians preserved many pagan beliefs and holidays. This tradition turned out to be most tenacious in villages and small towns, where they paid special attention to the correct choice of a place for construction and believed that this directly affects the energy of the house. From this point of view, the most interesting for us is folk wooden architecture, the most archaic, since it takes its origin from pre-Christian times and Kievan Rus. Unfortunately, the topic of the semantic content of the image of the traditional Ukrainian architecture today remains insufficiently known outside Ukraine. Also, a number of publications by Ukrainian and Polish authors on this topic have already appeared. On the territory of Ukraine, several ethnographic zones have gradually formed with characteristic features of the people's dwelling in rituals, culture, clothing, and church building. Each region of Ukraine has gradually formed its own system of distinctive features of the people's dwelling. Certain analogs can be traced when comparing the types of houses with wooden churches of this region. In territories isolated from external influences, archaic types of houses prevailed. So this is, for example, this part of Police. And the same archaic types of wooden churches. Gradually, an established type of traditional old Ukrainian house with whitewashed walls and a thatched roof with rounded edges was formed. Although, in fact, there were much more types of folk houses in different regions, here we are dealing precisely with the myth of folk architecture that arose thanks to folk songs, paintings, works of the classics of literature, and above all, and first of all, Mykola Ward. This myth, as a whole accuracy, reflects the unity of the basic principles of traditional house. Common features and elements of the construction of the house were, first, the same principle of building a plan. Second, the same location in the interior of the stove, table, windows, doors. Third, unity of structural and constructional means inherent in wooden construction. Many folk signs, legends, and beliefs are connected with the construction of traditional houses. Virtually all the main elements of the building, the threshold, the swallow, this is floor in main beam, the stove, the number of windows, etc., are associated with certain beliefs, legends, or rituals. Too often, beliefs plays the role of rationalization to explain why certain elements of housing are arranged this way as not the other way around. There are beliefs in both pre-Christian and Christian times. Since the most traditional building material was wood, it's only natural that certain signs concerned the choice of wood. The longevity of pine wood was explained by the fact that pine is a blessed tree, it's always green, because its tree was unsuitable for nail for the crucifixion of Christ. And willow, on the contrary, is a cursed tree, because the same nails were made of it. Judas hung himself on an aspen, so its leaves are constantly shaken. Saint Barbara the Great Martyr is hung on an elderberry, and that is why devils live in its bushes. Thus, the quality of wood tried to explain the mythological notions and folk legends. The house often had 3 windows in memory of Saint Barbara the Great Martyr. The house always had a so-called beautiful corner or place of honor with icons. The holiest place where the most honored family member or guest was seated and where a special ritual dish was placed for the holy evening, kutya and usvar. When entering the house, it was necessary to worship the images 3 times. Some parts of the house also had ritual significance. So when a woman had a difficult birth, all the locks and doors in the house were opened at the same time and opening the royal gates in the church. The newborn baby was wrapped in the casing and placed on a bench here, under the icons in the most honorable place. Since it was believed that from birth to baptism the child is in danger and may die, so all this time under the icons a candle burned constantly. In the rite of courtship, the ritual role was played by the stove in the house, near which should stand an embarrassed girl who came to court. During the wedding ceremony, the bride's relative standing with her right foot on the threshold of the house with bread and salt and the lighted candle, then the groom's mother, who was also holding a lighted candle and had to step on the threshold with her right foot. Standing on the threshold of the house, the women, who were now related through the marriage of their children, glued their lighted candles together to merge into one and kiss it across the threshold, symbolizing the merging of the 2 families into one. This indicates the mystical significance of the threshold in the house, which appeared in most rites. During the wedding, the most solemn was the ceremony of bringing a loaf from the barn and its distribution, followed by blessing of the elders and approaching the threshold of the house, asking for the blessing of the elder to cross the threshold. During the distribution of the wedding loaf, the senior boy first touched the plate with the loaf of the main beam, swallow here, and then handing out of a piece to everyone, lit a candle and walked around the house. Thus, the main beam, decorated with protecting charm signs, retained its pre-Christian symbolic meaning. Canonical image and sacred meaning of Ukrainian Orthodox Church. We can also talk about the prevailing stereotypical image of the traditional Ukrainian wooden church, which also developed under the influence of the song and literary creativity. Such an image represented the Ukrainian three-domed church among picturesquely located rural houses and blooming cherry orchards, such a symbolic white heavenly place on earth. At the same time, the types of wooden churches in different regions of the country were very different, since they were formed in different natural and climatic conditions. All of this time of churches emerged as a result of the evolution and successive enlargement and complication of the one-part church. 1, 3, 5, and then 9. But why 3 is so common? The prevalence of the three-part church is explained by the fact that it had sufficient capacity for most religion communities and at the same time a reasonable cost and complexity of construction. As in the case of the folk dwellings, beliefs and tradition are a kind of attempt to explain the established structure of the temple, this time exclusively from the standpoint of Christianity. The stability of the established image of the rural churches and the real diversity of wooden churches in different regions of Ukraine, according to their figurative qualities, is evidenced by the characteristics of churches by region. Western Ukraine, bell tower attached above the entrance to the church above the domes, a gallery on bracket or pillars is arranged around the church to protect it from rain. The composition of the volume of the church is built on a combination of a large number of broken, relatively low tiers. The walls and tops are clad with shingles. Polisia. Churches are low, undeveloped. The bell tower stands separately from the church, and the church has archaic hipped roofs. Middle Dnipro region. Tiered churches, most often three-part top of the compilation hipped of domed baroque. Podillia. In some time, a bypass gallery was arranged around the church. A separate type of church was formed, tower, 3 and 5 part with 5 domes, when each log house is completed with its own dome and, in fact, constitutes a separate volume. And finally, left band. Tower-like character of churches, 3 and 1 domed temples of considerable height and complex composition. The bell tower were also dissimilar. Among them were bell towers on pillars, 2 and 3 tier, detached or attached, like in Carpathians. Nevertheless, despite all the variety of types of churches, not only in different regions, but even within one district and even one village, the established myth of the traditional church of Ukraine limited it to a 3-domed lower type. At the same time, a certain meaning was laid in the number, arrangement of elements there outlined, which was called the church canon. According to the teaching of the apostles, the term churches in the form of a ship actually meant a church with a plan stretched to the east and an apse from the east. The bell tower symbolized the mast in the ship of salvation. The domes played the role of symbolic sails. The 3-part plan symbolized Noah's Ark and the Trinity of God. The plan in the form of a cross, the Passion of Christ. 1 dome symbolized one God, 2 domes symbolized divine human nature of Christ, 3 domes, Trinity, 5 Jesus Christ, and 4 evangelists, 7 sacraments of the Church, and 7 ecumenical councils. The 2-part church symbolizes the altar, Trinity God, the central part, the divine human nature of Christ, the soul and body of man. The 3-part temple symbolized the altar, the sphere of the divine eternal, not limited in time and place, the middle part, the sphere of heavenly being, the human soul of Christ, and the soul of man. The narthex also named Babinets, the area of earthly existence, the human body of Christ and body of man. There were also 3 steps in the church. First, second, and third. The first step of the entrance is the porch. Second is Saleh. The third is the rise in front of the throne. The embow symbolizes the ship of salvation. This is embow. And this church place or clearances symbolize the which were placed on both sides of Saleh near the iconostasis. They symbolize, this is iconostasis, they symbolizes fight against sinfulness. The altar part was separated from the premises where people stood by a lofty iconostasis. This is in section, this is in plan. Which meant the separation of the sphere of God's existence from man, a lost paradise. A certain symbolism was also embedded in the ornamented arch cutout between the entrance volume and the central volume. This was interpretation of the quote from the Gospel about the narrow gates for the righteous. The narthex, Babinets, as a sphere of the sinful earthly world, differed in size compared to the central part, was dug to create contrast and to intimidate the torment of sinners of the western wall above the entrance. The torments of sinners in hell were depicted in all colors. By contrast, the central part of the church was the lightest and most spacious, and the iconostasis and the symbolic barrier between the sphere of the existence of the God and man was always magnificently decorated with gilded carved wood decor and rows of icons. Church legends concerned not only the canonical principle of the organization of churches, but also the names and even the appearance of the churches themselves. The most striking example here is the legend about the construction of the Assumption Cathedral of the Kiev-Pechersk Lava, when the Mother of God appeared to 4 Byzantine builders in Blaherna, ordered them to go to Kiev to Antony and Theodosius and build a church in her honor in the banks of the Dnipro. She also showed them the image of the church in heaven, explaining what it should look like, and the size of it, showing in heaven how the temple should look, what size, and handing them the relics of the martyrs and the main icon of the church. For 3 days, St. Anthony prayed to the Lord to show the constructional site, and on the first day there was dew on all the earth, and the construction site it was dry. On the second day everything was reserved, and at the third day fire blew out from the sky and burned all the trees and grass on the site of the future cathedral, and dried the dew and marked the ditches for the foundation. Another legend is associated with the paintings inside the church by Byzantine artists 10 years after the death of Antony and Theodosius. The artists sailed to Kiev and claimed that Antony and Theodosius, who had died by that time, had hired them. And when they saw the temple, they refused to paint it because of a small payment and wanted to return to Constantinople. But the boat kept returning back to Kiev against the current. And they saw a miraculous icon in the sky at night and heard the voice of the Mother of God, that they did not submit to her and therefore never return home. They would take Tanzur in the Lavra, and there they would be buried. Another well-known legend is associated with the construction of the St. Michael's golden domed cathedral in honor of the patron saint of the Kiev, Archangel Michael, who, according to the legend, with his heavenly army frightened the Polotzian enemies in the Battle of 1113, in which Prince Sviatoslav Izaslavich emerged victorious. All this testifies to stability of not only canonical patterns, but also legends in Orthodox churches in ancient times. No, and now conclusions. The myth of architecture as a system of existing thematic patterns was most clearly manifested in folk architecture and in wooden and stone church construction. It's the magic of folk architecture that has led to the fruitfulness of recourse to its achievement, to the formation of such dissimilar but equally distinctive architectural styles as Ukrainian Baroque and Ukrainian Art Nouveau, or Ukrainian folk style. That's all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attention. Goodbye.
Dziękujemy za próbę szukania mitu, legendy w dawnej architekturze Ukrainy. Proszę Państwa, no, jesteśmy spóźnieni kilka minut. Starym obyczajem mamy szansę dyskutować, jak zwykle, w wieczornej sesji dyskusyjnej, czyli o godzinie 20 w jakimś nowym miejscu, w hotelu, jak się to nazywa?
Może poprosimy pana profesora, to oddamy głos.
Tak?
Aha, no to w takim razie...
Tak, to kończymy w takim razie, tak. Już, dziękujemy bardzo.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Oddajemy głos organizatorom.
Zapraszam Państwa za 2 godziny na godzinę 8 do hotelu pod Wawelem. Wszyscy dostali na stronie mapki. To jest nowe miejsce, nie to, gdzie zwykle bywaliśmy, więc bardzo proszę, gdyby się dało, ci, co wiedzą, żeby powiedzieli tym, którzy nie wiedzą, gdzie to jest. Czy pani tłumaczka nam tłumaczy?
Od Kanoniczej albo Grodzkiej trzeba iść w prawo 400-500 metrów.
So see you at 8
o'clock. See you at 8 o'clock at the hotel. Thank you. Thank you.